Just checking.
Can you hear us, McCall?
Yes.
Good morning, everyone. I call a meeting to order of the Board of Public Education. Today is Thursday, March 9th, and we are at the conference room of the Montana School Boards Association in the Great Northern area of Helena. I'd like to start the call the meeting to order and begin with the pledge of allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call.
Madeline Quinlan,
Here.
Susie Hedlund,
Here.
Ann Keith,
Here.
Ron Slinger,
Here.
Tim Tharp,
Here.
Jane Hammond,
Here.
Renee Rasmussen,
Here.
Charles Fox,
Here.
Superintendent Arnson, Commissioner Christian, Governor Gianforte. Angela's on.
I'd like to read the statement of public participation. The Board of Public Education encourages the public to participate in board discussions. Persons who wish to participate should sign the public comment sign-in sheet and identify themselves to the board chair or the executive director prior to the board's consideration of the matter in which the persons are concerned. Anyone wishing to participate in board discussions will be recognized by the chairperson in keeping with normal board parliamentary procedure. We discourage public comment on personnel matters and ask that you discuss these issues in private with the board chair. Montana Board of Public Education is a professional development unit provider. Attending a Board of Public Education meeting may qualify you to receive professional development units. Please complete the necessary information on the sign-in sheet if you are applying for professional development units. At this point, we'd like to welcome our visitors and welcome the state superintendent. Good morning. And anyone in the audience who'd like to introduce themselves, please do so.
Hello, Sarah Piper with Montana Federation of Public Employees. I met some of you last time, but I wasn't here at the start to introduce myself. I took over for Diane Fladmo as our Director of Policy and Research a little while ago. And so I just wanted to say hello and introduce myself officially to all of you. It's very nice to see you in person, and I'm thankful for the work you're doing.
Is there anybody else in the audience who'd like to introduce themselves? And good morning, Dr. McLean. Glad that you could join us. Is there anybody else online who would like to introduce themselves? Okay, thank you. All right. As we begin the meeting, is there any public comment related to items that are not on the agenda? We'll move to the consent agenda, which is on beginning on page 10 of our packet. Are there any, if there are no comments on the consent agenda, I'd like a motion to approve both the minutes from the last meeting and the financial decisions.
So moved.
Okay, it's been moved by Board Member Rasmussen and seconded by Board Member Hammond that we approve the consent agenda. Is there any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. The next step is to adopt the agenda. Are there any changes that people would like to request to the agenda? Superintendent Arnson, if it's okay with you, our student representative needs to leave for a special occasion. And so what we'll do is I'll do my report, then we'll call into words, and then we'll switch to Charles's report. Thank you. For my own report, I'd like to begin by welcoming board member Dr. Ron Slinger to the Board of Public Education. Dr. Slinger is the president of Miles Community College, and we welcome his perspective on the ways that K-12 education can coordinate with post-secondary institutions, and especially the two-year programs. So I'd like to give you just a couple of minutes to introduce yourself to the board and the audience.
Thank you very
listening
much.
audience.
Thanks. It's an absolute honor, privilege to be here with you. I'm in my, as you said, just started my 4th year at Miles Community College and loving every minute of it. My background is in higher education, particularly all in the community college realm. Before coming here, I was a VP of Institutional Advancements, Strategic Partnerships, and Workforce Solutions at Red Rocks Community College in Colorado for 10 years. It is exciting. I think there's a great momentum throughout the state on looking at how we can engage our students to make sure that I call it job ready, whether they're going directly into the job workforce, directly to my school, or whether they're going there to a degree and then on the workforce, eventually they're going to the workforce. And we need to make sure that we are producing those citizens that are prepared for that journey and will be great contributors to our society. And I think K-12 education is absolutely pinnacle of the success story of every child in the state. And I look forward to trying to support that any way possible. So thank you.
Welcome to the board.
Thank
You want to note at this point that on page 34 of the packet is the Board of Public Education's committee assignments. We filled in some gaps with the departure of board member Lacey and the arrival of board member Slinger. And board member Slinger will be serving on the licensure committee and the education interim committee. And then when we meet in July, we'll have a chance to revisit our committee assignments as part of our strategic planning process. So, thank you. Just a couple other things I want to note. At our January meeting, we congratulated the Montana School for the Deaf and Blind for being selected as a state finalist in the Samsung Solve for Tomorrow STEM competition. And now we can really celebrate because they have been named the state finalists. They have come through the process, and I'll leave it to Superintendent Firthmeyer to tell us more about that award. But again, I really want to recognize the leadership of Superintendent Paul Firthmeyer and his team for the challenging and rewarding opportunities that they're providing to students at the School for the Deaf and Blind. Since our meeting in January, I've participated in the board accreditation and legislative committee meetings, as well as the bi-monthly meetings of the School for the Deaf and Blind, and several items will be on our agenda related to that. The legislative committee meets weekly with our executive director during the session and discusses, consults on proposed legislation related to K-12 education and to prepare for our budget hearings. Board member Rasmussen and I both attended the budget hearings in early February for the board and MSTB, and it gave us an opportunity to introduce ourselves to the committee members on the subcommittee on education appropriation and to answer questions. And we got several comments from board members expressing their appreciation to us for attending the meeting. So I thought that was a great thing to do. And then last but not least, I want to recognize McCall Flynn for her excellent work in representing the board at the legislature. She's developed good working relationships with legislators, and she's juggled the many challenges of consulting and informing our board's legislative team, preparing testimony, juggling committee schedules as a person of one up there at the Capitol representing the board, juggling the schedule and the hearings and advocating for the board's and MSC's budget. So she had a couple of days off at transmittal, but we're right back at it with 2 days of meetings for the Board of Public Ed, and we appreciate your work, McCall, and also thanks to Stockton and Julie Balsam for their support roles. So, that'll conclude my report and hand it over to McCall.
Sure.
Okay.
Sorry, I believe McCall is also an award winner. And one of you needs to tell.
I
Madeline that knows, but, so the Seal of My Literacy has been, I think, such a bright star for Montana, and, I was actually nominated for a Montana Friends of the Language Award for the Montana Association of Language Teachers, which was very exciting. And I did get that award, and then they nominated me for the Pacific Northwest Language Teachers Friends of the Language, and I also received that award. Certainly nothing that I did alone, but I think it's very nice to be recognized and to be recognized in a positive way.
All right, nice. Thank you for bringing that up. I didn't.
And Madam Chair, if I could also interject, we also have another, a winner here for someone who was recognized at Carroll University.
Oh, thank you.
What is that? Yeah.
I will receive on May 17th, an honorary award from Carroll University Community Service.
Are there any other awards? It's nice to serve on an award-winning board.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I give just a brief update about the legislature, I do want to just thank all the folks that helped get us here. So Montana School Board Association, just really want to thank them for allowing us to use this space. You know, typically we're in the legislature and all the technology and things are kind of taken care of for us. But when we come here, you know, MTSBA staff really steps up and helps us with these meetings on. So just want to make sure we don't forget to thank them while we're in their building. And then secondly, really want to thank Keith Myers and the rest of the folks at Show Dare. We did a tour yesterday, got to see their new building and the educational facilities, and just really blown away and impressed with all the work that they've done. And they should be very proud of themselves for what they've been able to do in the new space. So thank you and congratulations, I guess, both. Want to say that to Show Dare, and certainly if members have questions, additional questions, they've offered to, you know, be a good resource for us if we ever need more information or want to know more about their relationships with school districts. I think that's really important. So I do mostly want to provide an update on kind of where we are at Transmittal. For as far as bills that the Board of Public Ed has been tracking and taken positions on, and can provide kind of a brief overview. I have been sending you each week the legislative bill tracker. I did update that to where we're at right now in Transmittal, so you should have received a true Transmittal copy of that earlier this week. As you know, the board historically doesn't testify on very many bills. Unless it's directly related to our budget or constitutional authority. And I think that's actually something that we try to maintain. The board is actively currently tracking 86 bills, which seems like a lot. Of those 86 bills, we've supported 4 bills, one of which has already been signed by the governor. I think that's very exciting. We've opposed 10 bills, all of but 4 are dead. The 4 of them are still active, and appeared informationally on 12 bills. So there's still some good work to do in the second half of the session to keep informing legislators on the work that we do, trying to support and work with legislators who we may not agree with their legislation, but try to work on it in the second half to see if it's something that we can make better. And I really want to thank the board's legislative committee. They have been incredibly active in this process. Renee, Jane, and Madeline have been meeting weekly to really assist and help form positions, provide feedback, and their expert analysis on any legislation that may come before us. When you get 86 bills that we're tracking, that's 86 bills you have to read and then try to figure out what they mean. And I think it's been really impressive to see this group come together and just have really thoughtful conversations about what's appearing in front of the legislature. I do also want to note that tomorrow, Senate Resolution 33, which is to confirm our 3 members of the Board of Public Education, will be heard in Senate Education. Tim, Renee, and Ron will all be there to introduce themselves, answer questions from the committee. It can be a very fun process. And actually, you're not sitting next to each other. How is that? You're not in the hot seat. But I think it'll be a fun process, and I found it to be a quite positive and exciting hearing. So I think that will be fun. On Monday, the board's budget will be presented to House Appropriations. That'll begin right at 8 a.m. and I believe the superintendent will be right after us. And so hopefully that goes well. We've been very pleased so far with the work of Section E with our budget and what they've done and how they've supported us, and look forward to that same support in House Appropriations. That is all I have. I'm happy to answer any questions about the tracker or anything else legislative related or otherwise.
Are there any questions from board members? Or comments?
I just like to thank you, Madam Chair. I just like to thank Director Flynn for her organizational work and everything that she puts together for our lists, for our work on Monday mornings when we meet as a legislative committee. It is a tremendous amount to go through, and thankfully she has organized things and kind of given them a preview, so it makes our work lighter. It takes all of us to affect that. Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
We're on the downhill slide. Thank you, tell myself. There should be less of those.
Yes.
Thank you, McCall. At this point, we'll turn the agenda, we'll go to item 5 and receive a report from our student representative, Charles Bach.
Thank you. Yeah, it's an exciting time. Counting down the days as a senior. It seems like time has flown by, but in 2 weeks, the MASC executive board will be meeting to select a new student representative, which McCall and I will be at. So that's super exciting. What also happens at that meeting is the new district presidents elected around the state will come and get their jobs for the next year, and it's kind of a team building activity. Meeting the old presidents are included, I guess, and the new presidents take their place. So it's an exciting time. If you guys don't know how that process works, the MASC student board votes for the new student representative on the Board of Public Ed. So that will be taking place in 2 weeks. Other than that, around the state, student organizations like BPA, FCCLA, and HOSA are having their state conferences. I've got a couple of friends from Boise State that I met who are on the executive board of BPA, and they told me that they had almost around 1,000 kids coming to their state conference in Dallas, which is just awesome. And they predict that they'll have as many 10 teams or 10 events qualify for nationals, if not more. I also kept in touch with them, and they actually, I thought this was super cool, and I thought you guys should hear about it. They went and lobbied at the Capitol for House Bill 382, which increases funding for CSTOs, which is just a CTA student program that encourages CT opportunities for students. They actually went before the education committee and lobbied for that, which was pretty cool, I thought. But it's a busy time for students, but it's also, we're kind of winding down and leadership roles are being exchanged. So that's really all I have, but lots of conferences happening, and I think I've got 2 more meetings left, so getting there.
Thank you, Charles. Are there any comments or questions?
For people that don't know, can you tell us your next step after qualifying?
Yeah, I was recently medically qualified for the Air Force Academy, so I'll be headed to Colorado Springs. Very excited to continue to serve and be in a place where there's like-minded people who are on service and serving our nation. So.
Thank you, Charles. We're really proud of you.
Yeah, Chair, I would also like to congratulate you on the state wrestling. That was about last night, and then also good luck in your track
picture.
Thank you.
Thank you. Springtime. Oh, sorry, Dr. McLean. Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. McLean. We can't hear you.
No, we cannot hear you.
I need to let her speak.
Shoot.
Dr. McLean, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, super. Enjoyed your report, Charles, and congratulations on almost being done with high school. You've served your fellow students across the state very well. I wanted to see if you've heard anything about how your fellow students are doing as far as application to college, admissions to college, and if there's any feedback that you would have for us in the university system at this time for what students might be needing this time of year.
Yeah, that's a great question. Just at Helena High, based off my experience, the college application week that we had I can't remember when it was, but that was super successful. I didn't take part in it, but it was just for local or state colleges, and it was, I mean, super successful. I think more seniors participated in it than ever before. And just based off what I've heard from others on the MASC board, those types of things have happened at their schools as well, which is super cool, and also been super successful. And that's all I know on the college admissions, is that those organized periods of time where counselors are going to sit down with you and they're going to walk you through the process. I would say we're super successful and something to definitely do again. Is there anything in specific you were talking about?
Well, one other thing I just wanted to follow up and ask you about was, what do you hear from your fellow students about FAFSA completion? Are there conversations about that, concerns that they have, thoughts that they've shared?
It's the hardest part. They say it's confusing and it's difficult and it's a long process. And it's intimidating, I think, is what I've heard. And it's intimidating to start and to finish once it's started. But those college application weeks where you had like nights where you would walk through the FAFSA, like at my school, we had a dedicated night where kids would come in and walk through the FAFSA with our counselors and how to do it. And that, I think, alleviated some of the stress and intimidation behind that. But yeah, I think it's scary to jump into that, but things that tackle that so you don't feel like you're doing it alone definitely helped out.
Thank you so much. I think that's excellent feedback for us. Thank you.
Of course, thank you.
Thank you. Superintendent Arnson, would you like to share your report?
Interesting, our parking lot is really icy, so I had employee that slipped in the parking lot, so that's why I was late today, trying to she was fine. Well, we're just monitoring her at this point, but be careful out there. I mean, it's slippery. Hard act to follow. Congratulations for you, Charles.
Thanks very much.
You know, your horizons are going to be very bright. And you've been down, you toured the campus there.
I would notice.
What a wonderful place to serve. Thank you for that. It has been a great last couple days. Your staff was wonderful. I know it was spring break. We were in Miles City at your place of business with a community event. And what was so funny, they were testing the alarm system. So we were, you know, every 15 minutes. But it went up without a hitch. It was really good to hear community. And what was really good about the tour that I just was on was that we remote work. We have almost 100 entities that serve our public schools in 21 counties at this point. And so one of them is our expert in special education. So John was amongst that. And I mean, in every place that I've been, it's nice to connect with our employees. We don't do it at the water cooler. We don't do it, like we would around a conference table. It's very much 2D, but I believe it is the pathway for government to be very efficient, but also in the manner of serving. So very pleased with that, but your staff was wonderful. Yeah, it was great. It was a good time. And then Dr. Tharp, thank you for also attending at the middle school in Sydney. The roads north when I left to get to Glasgow, which is kind of crazy, but coming up from Savage and everything, the snowplowers do their job. It was great. There was also a competing event in Glendyne with legislators and their constituents. But it was really nice to be within the school and to listen and to ask those tough questions. So number one, what do you think about charter schools? What do you want? Which one? And there's a lot of information flow that needs to occur. And if the board can help, but what does it mean? There's so many amendments. There's different opportunities of money flow, and these are public charter. And in my world of being elected since 2005, I've never seen two. And in fact, there's only been 5, and these are 2 of 5. So, and they're all at the same time. But I think it's really important that we really know what the truth is inside there. And we can't be afraid, but we really have to recognize what could happen. It's public in public schools. Then we went on to Haver, and I really appreciate that in the 9 stops that I've done, 4 of them have been post-secondary. And that P20 look, so the chancellor was there at Northern, as well as the Dean of Arts and Education and the provost, plus legislators. It was very, very filled. And conversations, I just started and passed the mic, and it was really important to network that post-secondary and K-12 is blended. So really pleased that you're part of our discussion moving forward on that investment of what our good K-12 teachers do. Then what? We go to an academy, we move forward. So it's a continuum. It's not a stop. Then we were in Lewistown, and thank goodness for the snowplow drivers as well. And that was also great. Interesting, Lewistown, if you haven't been there, there's so many new businesses that are popping up in their tech businesses from Winifred all the way through. It's an incubator of international businesses that are located with unique opportunities. So, when you go into those frozen food things and they have those plastic doorways, that's one company that's there. Another company is the one when you go down a tarmac and you get into the airplane, that entire thing that's built there, as well as any of the parts that move up to the airplane are built there. I mean, it's an incubator. And when you will go down Main Street in Lewistown, it almost looks like Bozeman. It's kind of interesting to see such a cow town, an Angus cow town, turn into something that is different, that's serving Central. Then from Big Timber, then into Butte Tech yesterday. And they're still on campus and couldn't find a parking spot. What does that mean when you're on campus? Can't find a parking spot. That means they're doing well with student enrollment, or at least at that time, there are kids moving back and forth. That's exciting. And the mission of every single campus is unique. And I think, Angela, in retrospect to you and with Ochi, we want to celebrate that uniqueness. We don't want to have each one of the arms look the same. We want our arms to be the tool to do something that's very, very unique. And Butte Tech does offer that. And then I went into Dillon last night, and it was a celebration of the installation of the 48th class for Youth Challenge. Lieutenant Governor was there, as well as Director for Indian Affairs and Editor General, speaking to a group of students, 20% population tribal, that are in an ulterior high school, pretty much, with a lot of structure. and physical activity around them. And they're surviving, they're doing well. There is attrition in the very beginning, so they're 6 weeks in, so 10% have left. But the ones that are there right now, the encouragement from everyone is stay, show up, do what's expected. And that military is, that military view of the National Guard is so powerful. So if there's anything that I can say at this point with counselors or schools or anyone that is in a community of family, don't quit. If the public high school doesn't seem to be the spot at this time, they can go back. But at this time, because when I ask about how students are referred there, they're referred by word of mouth, maybe from school and it may be from community. And it's not just our large communities. They're from all over our state. So if there's anything we could do as a goal for the Board of Public Ed, is to really message out there are other opportunities and other opportunities that can lead to that high school graduation, not just completing wherever they be. So was then my heavens, anybody who drives from Butte into Helena or vice versa, that Boulder Hill, it is scary. People were in the ditch last night when I was traveling, and I really want to give a shout out to our first responders because I've seen so many of them in the last 4 days, and our snowplow drivers. They do a great service to Montana, and everyone is moving hay along the highway. So it's really important to make sure that our #1 business has a pathway. There's a lot of information that's in the packet, and I've got some great people that are here that are going to be online as well. But one thing that I want to share that's not here, and Dr. Thorpe, I want to bring it back to what you had said at our gathering when we were at Sydney Middle School. And I want to open this up to the board's discussion about possibly creating a new standard. And I don't know exactly what that looks like, but to create a new standard centering around social emotion and mental health. And I don't know what that looks like. I know that the decennial funding study is going to happen in 25. We're going to open at the agency a group of interested community members, teachers and leaders to see what does that look like? What's our funding formula? Because we know in the Sherlock decision, it was all about quality. The equity was not there, nor was adequacy. Equity is nowhere in our Constitution. That's a big byword. But adequacy is in our Constitution. What does that mean with the funding components? So it might be moving to put a team together and loosely look to see what does it mean to have our children, our families, our communities when we look at mental health. And I don't know if that's a standard, that one size fits all, or if it just means that it's a big discussion of what that looks like. I don't know if other states do this, if other boards have looked at this across our nation, but what an opportunity right now. I'm very pleased that with the $0.6 billion of COVID money, a lot of schools use this money, federal dollar, toward them. But that cliff is going to happen in the next 18 months. I think it's a perfect timing, a perfect storm to bring good people together, make sure parents are involved, make sure that we have a screening tool that I know is being offered through DPHHS. But how is it that the State Board of Public Education, as well as our office, how do we look at this possible new standard moving forward? So I want to just leave it at that, maybe percolate to see how it is. You've got a great agenda for the next, this rest of this day, as well as tomorrow. I'm grateful that the accreditation is going to be hopefully passed and looked at. I know we've had some discussions as well as how those procedures came through to be. And I know we can have remedies in the process for public notification. But with that, Madam Chair and members, I'm excited about what the rest of the school year is going to be. We've got about 80 days left. That 100-day celebration happened in almost every school across our great state. And I know as a teacher, we're all now looking at that statewide assessment and graduation and churning of new officers. Because we're not just where we are right now. Our students and our teachers are looking forward. And I can tell you, when the governor signed that bill, Ms. Hasselback's classroom, Smith Elementary last Thursday, and almost $2 billion is going to be budgeted for that next crop of kids. Everybody's looking forward. So I think that's where we can be as well. Let's look forward to the future. So with that, we've got some great people that are going to be giving some great reports. And I also want to leave you at this. Let's go forward with goals. Let's put our energy and our synergy together with the agency, together with the board on what goals we really want to accomplish in a timely manner and cross the finish line and be so proud of what we do together. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure, I was gonna win, so are you gonna lead people through these?
I am definitely gonna lead them through. In fact, we've got Chris, if you'd like to. Thank you. It's glad to have you here in person. I appreciate that. So in your report, and I don't know what page number do we have it on, Chris?
36.
Lots and lots of data, lots of, get hungry when you look at pictures and everything else, but a great team effort. And of course, I have to shout out our team nutrition and our partnership with MSU. So Chris, thank you. Thank you.
Well, this is the report for school nutrition programs. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm Chris Emerson. I'm Director of School Nutrition Programs at the Office of Public Instruction.
Welcome, Chris.
Thank you. And this is the 2021 to 2022 school year. So in this year, we were still operating in waivers to help us react to COVID and all of the things that were going on. So in this school year, we had a new program we'd never operated before, the seamless summer option. And so, but with waivers too, we were operating the new program under waivers, so we were not actually following the program rules. We were operating under waivers. At this time in the last school year, we had, since March 2020, we had 100 waivers or revisions of waivers or renewals of waivers. We were like all of our programs were operating so differently than normal. And it was a little difficult to keep up with that, with that many changes. And
If I could interject, that's a big shout out because it wasn't as normal. And we had to interface with the federal government and USDA. And a great shout out, of where the federal government was. We had to ask for these permissions. I believe we got everything that we asked for, but you don't get unless you ask. So good shout out to the team.
And I would just ask you, are those waivers related to COVID or more than COVID?
yes, they were to react to COVID situations. Yes. So in this school year, the USDA wanted us to run the seamless summer option. It's a program normally run in the summer, like the summer food service program, but it has National School Lunch Program reimbursement rates. So our sponsors had never really been interested in seamless summer, so we never ran the program before. Because they want the higher summer reimbursement rates. So it was an interesting year. I hope we don't have to run the seamless summer option ever again. It actually went very well. I think the schools didn't notice. I don't know if they even knew what program they were running because we've been switching so many times with all of the waivers. And the schools actually did really well last year because they were back, operating in school. But with the seamless summer option, all the meals were served at no cost. So, and the schools were reimbursed at a higher summer reimbursement rate. So we actually saw a large increase in number of meals served by 18% for breakfast. And we just got a breakfast report yesterday nationally. It was 11% nationally increase. So it was the same trend as national increases because we were serving meals at no cost. And with lunch, we had a 26% increase in number of meals over previous years. So that's another large cost because it was kind of a back to normal year, but all children were getting meals at no cost. They were just all there at school and eating meals, and we were serving a lot of meals. And that was another national trend too, that it was a dramatic increase in the number of lunches served that year. So that was it. It was a popular, it was everybody seemed to like just feeding the children and not worrying about their family's income. So yeah, the year went well. It was difficult getting started, but we did well. That was the biggest. We do have, also we had some extra, where's the grant page? Federal funds to help the schools react to COVID. They've had a lot of supply chain issues and staffing issues, and food costs have gone up. So the USDA, and that's a national trend, the USDA provided supply chain assistance funds. And last March, we provided the schools, we divided it by enrollment, $3,275,916. And we made another payment in December, I think, and we're about ready to make another payment, hopefully this month, about the same amount. So we have 3 payments total for supply chain assistance to help with the higher food costs and helping schools get the foods and staffing that they need. That's basically it. It was it was hard getting started, but the school year actually went very smoothly and very well. Serving meals to our students.
Thank you. Any questions for Chris? I mean, it's a very detailed report.
Anybody have any, I have a question, but I'd like to see if there are any board members who have a question. Chris, first of all, kudos on your information graphics. They are pretty amazing. And I wanted to ask you about Farm to School. And can you speak generally about the growth in that program? And also, is it sporadic around the state or maybe intense in some places and not as widely used in others? And how do we share the wealth?
It is growing. Thank you. Yes, thank you for noticing it. It is, it's been growing over the years, and I think it's pretty well distributed all over our state and the small communities, and everybody's doing something. There are areas where there are more efforts, but really it is happening all over the state. Our schools are doing something. They're purchasing local foods, 51.6. They have school gardens, 21.7 of our schools. They're providing education, 23.5% of our schools. So, it's not everybody, but it is growing. And we do have some funding for local food purchases. We did start with the Montana Marinara project a couple of years ago as a just a small pilot project. We were able to make spaghetti, or not spaghetti sauce, pasta sauce with local vegetables. and USDA tomatoes and send it out to all of our schools. It's considered a commodity food once we add the USDA tomatoes. So we can ship it out with our other USDA foods to the schools. And it was a hit, everybody likes it, and so we expanded this year, and we're getting ready to order more sauce for next year. With some farm to school funds from the USDA, we're able to cover the cost for the schools in these years. We did get some state farm to school funds to hire a farm to school specialist to help the schools. We're giving them some funds. Well, with the supply chain assistance funds, we're encouraging them to buy local foods. And there's another grant, local foods for schools fund. We have another grant for the schools to be able to purchase local foods too. So a lot of funding coming in. It's a high priority nationally. We would like to work on increasing the what our local infrastructure can do, local processing and producing, and connect schools with their local producers and processors during this, while we do have the funding to make a difference.
Thank you.
Well,
Any other, board member Hammond?
thank you, Madam Chair. Do you have any information on how much beef is a part of the farm to school program?
We just we're signing a contract like today-ish to purchase local beef at the state agency. That's not something we normally do. We don't purchase foods, but with the farm to school, we're going to get I'll mess it up. Like it's 500 cases soon, and then another 1,000 cases. I don't know, in a few months, or this summer, I think July, to send out to the schools. So this is our first procurement. We would like to expand on it if we can. So we'll see. We're learning as we go. So we'll see if we can expand on it in the future.
Is that all being processed in Montana?
Yes, that is the condition of our contract. We had an RFP out and actually really good response to that. And so it would be nice to expand if we can.
Thank you.
Board member Helena?
I just want to say thank you for always being available and your staff, great support in helping run our school food programs. You guys are really great and always respond timely, and we appreciate our partnership.
Thank you.
Board member Rasmussen?
Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. As you look ahead, both from this year and if you need to delve into the year you're reporting on as well as this year, as we kind of look ahead into some of the things that are going to happen in the road bumps, what do you see as some of the most pressing concerns that you have moving forward? And whether that's from you or whether that's from the reports that you get from your school, or what things are rising to the surface that are going to have to be addressed?
Thank you. Good question. I see that food costs and supply chain issues are going to continue to be an issue, and staffing. Also, so because universal meals were so popular, a lot of states have passed legislation or are passing legislation at the state level, not national level, to continue to offer meals at no cost. The USDA and Congress, they're working on making changes to the programs. They know that that was popular, but I think they're working on, we'll see soon that the community eligibility provision, eligibility rate will decrease. It's now at 40% direct cert. So they will decrease it. I don't know the rate, they haven't said yet, but maybe to around 30%. And we could possibly have a statewide CEP. I'm not sure. That's a, I don't know, at that rate, maybe. We'll see. I don't know that when they come out with that change, but they are working on lowering the CEP eligibility. So we will be able to provide meals. Our schools, if they choose, can provide meals at no cost through that program.
You have any other board member questions? Oh, board member Clark.
Madam Chair, Chris, one of my concerns was kind of like what Renee was saying. I was over in North Dakota when we opened up after the pandemic. And so after 2 years of free breakfast, lunch, snacks, then all of a sudden, we had a generation of parents coming through who had never had to write a check for school lunch before. And then how have we been able to deal with that in school? And then how about the interface in between continuing to collect those free and reduced lunch applications, which then you use for Title I, and trying to get your secure Title I funds at the same time? And so you answered that partially what Renee was saying, but are schools running into this, and what kind of support can we give to them when they're facing these sort of issues and backlash from parents who've never had to pay for lunch before?
Yes, thank you. That is a problem. People do forget right away that we previously paid for meals and had to fill out an application. So it is an adjustment for everybody. And a lot of our school staff are new this year too. So we do know that they have had difficulty getting the applications in and that they have a lot of unpaid debt now. We're providing resources. It's hard. So we do encourage, if they're eligible for CEP, to not collect applications and run a program, universal meal program.
There's been a lot of information that's come from our office to try to ease this into it, but the direct certification, I think, has really helped, which means that it's not an interface of trying to get the pink or the blue sheets back, because they never come back. And so then you have to recognize what that looked like prior to. So the direct certification, which is digital interface, has helped some. And then the information flow to the new families that come in and to those that were used to having meals free. I think that education has also helped, but it's always been a sticky issue. I'm glad you brought that up and you doubled down on it. It's always been, because not only that, but then I've got the domino effect of title. I've got the domino effect of everything else. So, you know, if I lose an indicator of what that data point looks like, it's extremely challenging. But a good job with the school districts for just trying to really balance what happened after the pandemic.
And we do this year, well, we had it before COVID, online free and reduced application that is really easy for the families to use, and the schools are finding it easy to use. But we didn't really use it for a couple of years, but we're encouraging all of the schools to use it now. So it's easier. Families, most families are applying for the meals on that app through their phone, their iPhone. That's the most common way. So they are finding it easy to submit an application. And with the title funding, I did go to a presentation in DC in December where somebody from the Department of Education was talking about what they see in the future, you know, what kind of data they will use. They saw that they couldn't rely on the school lunch data for a couple of years, and still we don't have good data. Well, this year we do, but we're still, for our program eligibility, we're supposed to use second preceding year data for some of our eligibility. So we're still kind of recovering from not having data. So I think they're looking at more mapping, census type data in the future instead of relying on our data, because we are going to encourage more CEP participation, and so we won't have the applications.
And summer's coming, so if you know anyone in your communities that would like to be a, I don't know, what do I want to say?
A sponsor?
A sponsor, exactly. It could be anyone, could be school, it could be any community nonprofit, or anyone to be able to serve those summer meals. Just a big shout out for that.
Thank you, Chris, for being here today. The board is interested in this topic, a lot of questions, so appreciate it.
We're now on to assessment, Madam Chair. So we've got Cedar Rose, hopefully that is waiting. Cedar is coming from target range. And Julie, we have Dr. Myrtle, we have her up, queued and ready. Okay. In your packet, you'll also see that we've got a report for access of English language learners and assessment data. What page would that be? Thank you.
So good morning, I'm Julie Mergel, for the record, Chief Operating Officer at the Montana Office of Public Instruction. It's good to see all of you. Joining us online is our new Assessment Director, Cedar Rose. So I'll let her introduce herself and give you an update on assessment.
Thank you, Julie. Thank you, Superintendent Arntzen, Madam Chair, members of the board. I am both proud and excited to serve the state of Montana as a state assessment director. I come from a background in classroom teaching and policy research, which allows me to see that assessment is a cornerstone of student learning. In the last month as assessment director, I've gained valuable experience and knowledge on Montana's balanced assessment systems. Included in your board packet, like Superintendent Arntzen said, are two pieces of information from the assessment team. First is a published test windows for all required statewide assessments for the 2022-23 school year, and that's on page 73. You will notice that the bulk of assessment windows open on Monday, March 6th. The first assessment window are the Smarter Balanced Math and ELA assessments administered to 3rd through 8th graders, and the Montana Science Assessment administered to 5th through 8th graders. Both assessments provide the state, district, school, and individual student achievement information on the state adopted content standards. The assessment window runs through May 26th, with the alternate ELA, math, and science assessment windows open on March 13th through April 28th. You will also notice the English language proficiency assessment, the access for ELLs, closed on February 24th. Also included in your board packet on page 72 is an overview of access for ELs, including its purpose, the development and management, and historical participation rates. We will be sharing the 2022-23 participation rates after we finish data reconciliation. I look forward to serving Montana students and keeping the Board of Public Education apprised on assessment matters that are affecting our state. Thank you.
Thank you, Cedar. Thank you, Dr. Mergel. Any questions?
Any questions from the board? Board member Keith.
I just want to say welcome. Board member Rasmussen and I are on the assessment committee. So we look forward to working with you here. So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
Other questions, comments from the board?
Wonderful. Thank you. We still are on
Thank you,
that.
Cedar.
We're still on that assessment discussion. So I do have our MAS, which is an alternative testing, and we have got Crystal Smith. It's also in my packet at this point. And here comes Crystal at this point. Good morning. Just want to share then with the board where we are. I believe the third test slip is opened up.
Yes, thank you, Superintendent Arntzen. Members or Board Chair Quinlan and members of the board, thank you for allowing me to join you today as a MAST program director and overseer. As Superintendent Arntzen said, we are currently, as of March 6th, so this week, in the third testing session of MAST. Remember, that's a Montana Alternative Student Testing Pilot. As a reminder, we are in the process this year of testing test items. So we held a feedback session on February 22nd. had great participation and review from the folks out in the field who are currently overseeing and proctoring these assessments, which is nice to see because, even though these test questions might not necessarily align to the curriculum and the content that students are having exposure to right now, they know that this is the first step in really getting to where we want to be in the state of Montana for assessment, which is that personalization and proficiency focus on student learning and content standards. So we are in our third window. As Ms. Rose mentioned, we know that there is some overlap with current state testing. So we have extended this window from a 2-week period to a 3-week period to accommodate the other assessments that students are also engaging in during this busy month of assessment. So we have had the green light to go ahead and progress this pilot pretty rapidly. So this year we are 5th and 7th grade math and ELA. Next year we are going to begin recruiting for 3rd through 8th grade math and ELA. And it's exciting to hear that we already have several districts who are reaching out to us and said, please put us on your recruitment list, as we would love to continue. We have districts who are looking to continue their participation, but then also new to this pilot. So moving forward, we are expanding our number of districts. We're expanding the number of students who are participating, and looking forward to seeing how this can change the assessment world for our Montana students.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the questions, or that could come from the board as well, but want to say that when I was out in Glendive, the superintendent there, who also served on our negotiating rulemaking, and they said, we were a little tentative about joining this program, the pilot, but he said, you're never going to get anything different if you don't try. And what I really appreciate about the superintendent in Glendive is that he was encouraging his teachers, but he said it was up to them. So this is a teacher-led discussion, and I believe that's where we need to be. They are the ones that are closest to teaching and learning, and know the students that they embrace in their classrooms every day. So the other part that we're looking at is to have that summative test as we begin K-8 to be removed for this 24 school year that's coming up. We still haven't gotten that green light yet, but we're going to be working with our federal partners on that so that there isn't double testing. At this point, the courageous teachers that are doing this do have to complete that summative SBAC test, which is required by Congress. What we're hoping is that they will also, federal government, the Department of Education, will allow that to be removed this next school year. There isn't duplicative testing. So thank you very much. Any questions?
I just wanted to thank you for addressing that. That was a question I was thinking about, how schools are juggling this. So appreciate that. Board Member Keith.
Crystal, thank you for your work on this. In those listening sessions, we heard what the Glendive superintendent says, but what are teachers saying about it? Just out of curiosity, what's the reaction so far from a classroom teacher who's using these tests?
Madam Chair Quinlan and Board Member Keith, like I kind of alluded to that, when we were looking to recruit back last summer, what we had heard from our vendor, New Meridian, about what these tests would look like, what they would, what the requirement of districts and teachers in order to proctor these would take. We see some alignment. It was nice to hear that from the first window to the second window that teachers found it easier to give the assessment, easier for students to not take as much time on the assessment, which were two concerns from teachers when the initial testing window opened. That was before my time here with the pilot, so I'm not sure what those exact dates were. I know late fall. But it was nice to see an increase of positivity feedback from that first testing window to that second testing window. Excited to see what feedback we'll receive after this third testing window. But the concerns from teachers primarily were the length of the tests, because remember, we are assessing test questions right now, not necessarily their direct alignment to curriculum that is being taught. So, we were we were informed by New Meridian, our vendor, that the test should take anywhere from like 8 to 15 minutes, and that was not the case in both that first window or that second window. But the length of time for student assessment did decrease from window 1 to window 2. And then again, just the the newness of the platform, the newness of the assessment program. So the logging in, the troubleshooting, and we are grateful with our partnership with both New Meridian and ATS, who provides immediate technical service for any teachers who need that during the testing window.
And board member Keith, also, we have a teacher collaborative. So, teachers learn from each other and not that we commiserate with each other, but we also learn the successes of that. The other aspect of this is to make sure that the students are recognizing it. And I think that's the biggest thing in education that we can say, own your learning, own not just the assessment, but own that homework, own that learning, show up, be accountable. And that is one of the attributes that we're really taking seriously here, that these students, regardless of age in third grade or not, this is an important thing. It's not just showing up on a test day, showing up when the learning happens. The other thing that we're looking at is a pacing guide. We have our state standards that are out there, and they are contiguous. Some of them are very contiguous. Be mindful that the math and the reading that are being tested at this point haven't been looked at for a decade. That doesn't mean that they're incorrect, doesn't mean, anything. It just means that we need to refresh those, which we are, and I appreciate that partnership. But the most important thing is when a teacher enters into the classroom, where do they start? And then where do they go to within that testlet window? So there's a lot of things that are going on with this mass right now. One of the biggest things I can say besides the student accountability is the teacher recognizing closest to learning and assessment and immediate feedback. So it's a whole new world, and very pleased that we've got good people at the OPI. But more importantly, we can't do this without Montana teachers stepping up and raising their hand. So very pleased. Thank you, Crystal.
Board Member Rasmussen. I know that this is your small scale prototype, but as I look at the map, and I've made lots of little cute little circles, one of the things that concerns me is your feedback from the small scale prototype seems to be limited in the area of real rural schools. Those counties didn't seem to participate as much. And so how are you going to go about recruiting, small, rural, isolated type schools for your expanded pilot next year to make sure that we've got, good data and good understanding of how to implement that in smaller and rural and isolated schools?
Yeah. Madam Chair Quinlan, Board Member Rasmussen, that is definitely a focus, right? We know within our agency and obviously the Board of Public Ed that we want to hear all voice. So despite our feedback sessions maybe being less well attended from those rural schools, we have sent out surveys, we have sent out other forms of communication to receive additional feedback from districts who are not a part of our feedback sessions due to whatever reasons that they chose to not attend. And as we continue to recruit for the 2023-24 school year, we again will have a strong emphasis on making sure that we not only serve those schools that wish to attend, but then also really try to encourage and provide direct outreach to rural schools, their administrators and their educational leaders to ensure that we do not only encourage and want all districts to apply, but really make a strong emphasis to recruit those rural schools.
I have one more question. How are students with disabilities participating in the pilot project? Good question.
Madam Quinlan, board member who asked that question. Yeah, so when districts and teachers are signing on to provide this assessment, there are PNP accommodations that are provided, especially with the ELA assessments, where those accommodations based on student IEPs are available through our partnership with the ATS, which is the Kite platform that provides the test. So the first 2 testing sessions, I believe those accommodations were available for all students. In the 3rd session, district leaders had to go in and identify those students based on pre-requested accommodations to provide those to support IEP accommodations.
Okay, if I understand you correctly, then you're talking about things like reading the test to the student. When you said P, I didn't recognize the acronym.
Yeah, so PNP is test settings within the test platform. And that is for reading aloud of the passages that might be found in a student's IEP.
Thank you. Any other board questions? Board Member Hammond.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to say thank you, Crystal, and thank you to the OPI for the work. It seems to me, working with the Mass Task Force, that we are ahead of schedule of where we had thought we would be at this time, and to think that you're already working on applying for a waiver or planning in that direction is truly exciting. So thank you for the work.
Thank you. And if I could say as well to this, I think the United States, all education is thirsty for something different that's really going to shut up success. So we're a reminder again, we were one of 10 states, and it is exciting to see that we are unique. This whole through year model, closest to the teaching and learning, is not something that any other state is doing. So we are an incubator of innovation. And very big shout out to the staff at the OPI for, understanding what might need to be. Again, I can't say it again. We can't have that innovation if our schools don't help us participate. So if you know anybody who would like to in that rural, Board Member Rasmussen would like to join, we can't give gift cards, but we would love to have them be so part of this assessment pilot. So we're doing a big shout out and a big recruitment.
Good.
So,
And I will tell them that you have gift cards available.
no gift cards, but it's good humor. Crystal, thank you. Dr. McLean, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. A great assessment conversation, and I just want to personally thank Chris and Crystal and Marcy Fortner for all of their good work that they continue to do in concert with our office around assessments, and welcome Cedar Rose to the conversation. We look forward to seeing you every other Tuesday on the ACT call. So thanks for that opportunity to work together, and we look forward to getting to know you.
Thank you. We move on to the next update.
Thank you, Chair Quinlan. We have data modernization. It's in my my packet, but more than happy. We have our CIO available, and this is Kristen. If not, it is in our packet. I know time is precious, and I believe we can start that on page 3, while we're waiting for him to join. Of my packet that I have. Chris, what would that be in yours? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. There we go. Let's see, did I get on there?
Yes, welcome.
All right. Well, oh, here we go. Gotta love technology and 85 different buttons you have to push to get on, right? Good morning, everyone, Madam Chair, board members. In your packet, we have basically an updated modernization plan. And on page 79, you'll see our wonderful faces. This is basically my part of the modernization team. We still have essentially everyone across all the programs within OPI and our finance crew as well that are a part of this effort. And if you turn to, it should be page 80. It will be the modernization with the timeline and the different phases that are on there. We are currently in this phase 1 stage, And we had some changes within the last month, actually month and a half. We've been working with the Department of Administration to get an RFP out for an entire system that is going to handle, or we're hoping handle, the vast majority of our applications, getting those consolidated, simplify the interfaces for the field, and also trying to clean up a lot of the count of applications that the field actually has to get into to put in input any of the information that comes up to us that we work with. So we are waiting with bated breath. I just got an email this morning from DOA that they will have some information back to us soon, which means we'll be able to get that RFP out hopefully quickly here, and we'll be able to get started on really what's the main focus of the modernization project. Along with that, simultaneously, we are working with, as many of you know, the Teach Montana system. We are working with that crew from the accreditation standpoint, which hopefully everyone will be able to decide on the Chapter 55 rules, so we can get those ones that are accepted in place and running by this summer. And so we are trying to work in tandem with all the things that are going on along with your world to get those incorporated into what we're expecting to be a hopefully a July, August timeframe. We get that up and going. Hopefully the sooner the better, so we can get things tested and ready to go for this next school year. So we're really excited about that. Also, we are going to be putting out an RFP for chatbots. The superintendent is very excited to try to help us with all of our automation and the artificial intelligence. This is one of the areas which will help us serve the field better, and as well as you folks. When you come to the site, you'll be able to type in questions and get answers quickly. And if not, then you can get to one of us, the smiling faces at OPI, to get your questions answered quickly. And so all that work will be going in tandem with the RFP for our modernization project. The phases there, I think I went through this last time, but the phases, we're looking at the phase one, which is really our foundational system, along with the integration of our current systems before we could actually start slimming those down and trying to tie those data points into areas where it makes sense and we can slim down the application count. There's going to be a ton of work going on in that arena. Phase two will be consolidating and probably replacing quite a few applications in there. That's what our anticipated workload is, along with data sharing across agencies through a Snowflake type or data lake type technology. So that's going to be exciting. That will help us gather the information from the schools, especially the schools that are not necessarily based on Infinite Campus with their SIS. But keep in mind that that is really a small portion of the things that we do here at OPI. We have all the program side, as Dr. Mergel and her crew are taken care of, and you heard earlier from the assessment folks, and also the finance folks, and that's going to be probably down the road here, which would be towards the end of the ESSER 3 funding, to handle any changes and upgrades that we would need to do in that area as well. So basing the RFP across what some of the other states have done with their modernization projects, we put the lofty goal of trying to get down to 5 applications. If we could get down to 20, we would be ecstatic, but we're trying to shoot higher than that and try to get that count down if we can. Any questions so far?
Any questions from the board? Not so far.
Okay, wonderful.
Oh,
All right.
sorry. I guess I spoke too soon. Board member Hedlund.
Hi, and thank you. I know we talked a little bit at our math meeting as well, but I guess my comment or somewhat of a question has just been more of I am concerned that it's more about state agency interfacing than how it's going to interface with school districts. To some degree, and I was hoping for more interfacing and more data sharing. Ability between the state and the districts. I know that a lot of other states have a seamless system. And I think a lot of us were hoping this was gonna go there. Is that gonna be a future goal? We're not gonna quite get there, but this is gonna make it so we have less applications and less reporting, or what are your thoughts on that?
Well, let me take that one, Chris. Let me take that.
Absolutely, Superintendent.
Is with the rest of government. There's your chair and board member, you're spot on. You know, our purpose is to serve schools. That's the chatbot, everything that we're trying to do is to make it, as you said, seamless with our customers, which is your district and other districts across the state. There's a big press with legislature as well as with government, that we interface with government. Now, schools are government, right? But Department of Labor, Department of Corrections, DPHS and all of that. My mission, my number one mission, the mission of the Office of Public Instruction is to serve you. So we're kind of like walking that fence line right now between the pressures of, we need to go to the data lake so that Department of Labor can take all that and everything else. There's only finite amount of dollars to do this. So we're trying to serve our customers. The other part of this that I want to be very clear about is anything that we do is going to ask resources of you, whether it's new training, whether it's a new system, whether it's whatever. We're extremely mindful that if we put in a new system, what are you going to have to do to talk to us? And that means more resources. And if the legislature or there is no other resource, we have to be careful that we don't ask more of you. You talked about making it easier. A single sign-on, I think, has been a great success. We're not done yet with that. You get one sign-on, you get a screen that you can hop around to rather than having to close one up, open another one, and all of that. So we're sandwiched right now between them up on the hill and everyone across the state. And that's the whole discussion that we're having, but we got your back.
Thank you.
Yep.
Follow-up, please. Yeah, I appreciate that. I just feel like, I'm not sure how that happened, and I'm sure you know more of the details, but I feel like, a lot of us were in hopes and thought that the main point of the funding was to make that connection between OPI and the schools, and I feel like that got derailed at some point, which is disappointing for us and the field. And I would be happy to put in the resources and do what I needed to do, because, the time that it takes us to do all the work on the other end is very time consuming. It takes a lot of employee effort to do, our count dates and to do our free and reduced entry and to do our teams and toes and all of those different things. So I'd be willing to put in the training and whatever we needed to do if we were able to work with you to make that happen in the future. And so I hope that the state and the legislature keeps that in mind. I know we have neighboring states that have those seamless systems we were talking about. So hoping we can get there at some point. Thank you.
If I could, Madam Chair, when you go in front of the Appropriations Committee on the 13th, please share that very same thing, that the monies are dedicated and the monies are precious. And that if we can have this communication seamless, so that teaching and learning can happen at the local level and not about reporting. Yes, accountability must be there, but I believe we're on the same page. I just have to get them on board. Thank you.
Board member Rasmussen.
Thank you. I'm really excited about this because I spent 15 years as a superintendent. And in those 15 years, well, this year we're going to change this and this year we're going to change this. And when the new team's toes came up, that was culture shock, for a while, considering the old bright blue screen. Anybody remember that, Tim? So my concern is I'm really excited about the single sign-on. That's a wonderful step forward. But my concern is, what's the longevity of this project? I know it's never going to be, forever. That's stupid because new things will come out. but what's going to be the longevity of this project, both for, you know, the learning curve, because if it's only going to be, you know, 2 years, then we're going to replace with something else. You are right. We don't want to invest a little time, but is this something that you see going over a long period of time? And then what's going to be your investment in that long period of time? How much is it going to cost to upkeep? Are you using something that's, I don't know, some already designed project? Are we making our own? So I guess that's kind of my two questions. I think everybody's like Susie, all superintendents would be like Susie. As long as, you know, we can get some longevity out of this, we'll put in the time up front. So I've got those two questions. And I don't know which one of you to address it to.
If I could, and I'll take it, and then you put in those details. The overall of this is being very nimble. In other words, wanting to make sure that the system, because technology changes, that we are nimble. So rather than creating it ourselves in the agency, which was old government, in other words, you hire programmers, you do all that. There are qualified entities across the nation and the world that put things up on the cloud. We do the same thing, so that's where we're going. But here's the kicker in the sustainability aspect of it. It's kind of like having that Maytag repairman. You buy the warranty, and that warranty is expensive because it is a maintenance agreement with whatever tech company there is. And that maintenance agreement has never been built in to anything that we have ever asked for in our budget. So we are sharing with, you know, the interim committee, that legislators currently, that if this is to be sustainable, there has to be a budget component that recognizes that Maytag repairman that's going to be there when we need them, because we don't have them in-house. And that's where we also need the nimble. So something changes, then we have that direct ability to make that change. If the cloud changes, we have that direct ability, rather than having to wait and have it be a Herculean or a chunky process. So Chris, did I say that right?
Thank you, Superintendent. You did, Madam Chair and board members. That's exactly right. One of the things that we're trying to do is make sure that we, first and foremost, let me back up and make one statement very clear. Our focus is K-12. That is the, really my mission is the K-12, and how do we handle your data that comes up to us that we have to do the things that we do, and make sure that that is as clean and as easy as possible. I hated when I had to do all the typing and legwork for different businesses and whatnot to enter in data here, there, and everywhere. Why couldn't I just enter it in simply, cleanly, whatever the processes were that needed to happen on the other side of what I had to do? Why couldn't those make my life a lot easier? And so that is one of the other main focuses that we have. And that is going to be something that we're seriously considering when it comes to analyzing the responses for the RFP. How can we make things easier for the field? And granted, I did say, you know, the work that we have to do, but really that is predicated on what is done at the school and the district level. And your world and the cumbersomeness, if you will, of the work that you have to do is no different here at OPI with some areas. And so those are the real considerations that we have when it comes to building and trying to consolidate this system, or look for a system that will handle what we need to do. A lot of the states, like I said, are trying to get down to 5 applications where you only have to enter in data once. That data is actually utilized throughout different parts of the agency, and you shouldn't have to enter it in multiple times. And so, like the superintendent said, being able to be nimble changes. I think I heard something about Chapter 55 coming down the pipe. Those are changes that we have to be able to handle nimbly and easily with the system that we purchase. And so those are the considerations that we have to be able to do that. And the superintendent's right. We're looking at COT system or commercial off the shelf to see what's out there. It's probably going to be more than one application that we're going to have to purchase in order to do this. in the long term and longevity of those applications, that in that sense, we're looking for a partner that is going to be able to stick with us through the long haul. And I am not, I came over from Lewis and Clark County in the city of Helena, and we built some really good, strong partnerships with businesses for that long haul. So we didn't have to change things every 2 or 3 years to make things better. And so with the team of people that will have to assess what we're going to have for our respondents and the RFP, those are the key things that we're looking for: the experience and the longevity of what we can do. And does it make sense for the districts, the field, and OPI to simplify things? So hopefully that kind of a long-winded answer, but hopefully that answers that question.
Thank you, Chris, and we appreciate that response. Superintendent, we have about 15 minutes left for your whole report, so
I know,
we're gonna move real quickly. Okay, thank you, Chris. I think we'll have more questions next time we meet.
Okay.
Thank you. I do believe we've got Wendy Bonds on with our federal update. This has to deal with our ESSER, the deployment. We had 3 tranches, if you recall, totaling $0.6 billion. And it is something that we've been working with our federal partners, because now it's coming down to accountability. It's coming down to exactly what happened with the money. We are about 18 months out from its conclusion. So hopefully, Wendy, you're on.
Good morning, Wendy. And oh, I thought you said she left. Okay. She's not on.
She's on. Let's go ahead and move because no time is precious. Let's go to the Cape and Dr. Merkel.
Good
So,
morning, Julie.
good morning. So on the federal programs update, just a couple of things really quick. And this is in your packet in page 86.
Did you want to do, Superintendent, were you suggesting we go to Kate?
Well, no, the federal update, knowing time is precious. I wanted to lead into the ESSER. But Dr. Merkel here manages all of our programming at the agency, and we are largely accountable with the federal government. So please, Dr. Merkel.
Yes, so Chair Quinlan, thank you so much. So very quickly, we have not ran the federal accountability system under the Every Student Succeeds Act since 2019 due to COVID-19, right? So it's been on pause for 2 years. The system just got ran recently.
Could I just say for the listening public, we're on page 84 of the packet.
And so the system just was run, and so what I'll tell you is there are a few pieces as we gear back into turning it fully back on as a result of the pandemic. The comprehensive support and improvement schools, the schools that are in the bottom 5% and that were identified starting in 2018, were to be in for 3 years. And due to the pandemic, there were 2 years that weren't counted towards that 3-year total. So that would have been 19-20 school year and 2021 school year. So they're still in and they'll be eligible up for exit next school year when we run the accountability system. But because of the changes as well, there were new schools identified for comprehensive. And so we wrote an addendum to get a waiver basically for those schools that are newly identified as comprehensive in the bottom 5% or have a graduation less than 67%, that they would not stay in there for the entire 3 years, but rather be eligible immediately under 1 year, to acknowledge that maybe they ended up in the bottom 5% because of the pandemic, and let's see if it was just a 1-year piece. So we will have formerly and current comprehensive schools, but we will also have a list of new comprehensive schools in addition to that, that will also be eligible at the same time to exit next school year. We did run the targeted support and improvement, and so those are the schools who have students, particular student groups who are performing like our comprehensive school, but their overall school may not have that same rate. So it's particular student groups that was ran as well. And so we have current targeted schools who are not eligible because they have to show growth the year they're in and then the following year. So they'll be up for eligibility to exit next school year. But we do have a new list of targeted schools as well that will be put in and eligible to exit next year as well. And so with that,
that means that the report cards, the federal report cards go out simultaneously at the same time. And so Chris's team did just recently run that. So yesterday went out to all of the school districts, the embargoed data on the school report cards. And they will be then released to the public in 1 week on the 15th of March. And on those report cards are the federal designations, the new ones as well. And so we're giving an opportunity for the folks out in the field in our schools to take a look at that data. And if they have any questions or see something that doesn't seem quite right, that they can reach out to us to clarify and be sure that the data is absolutely 100% accurate. So we'll be seeing that release next week. School districts at the same time will receive the official designation letters from the superintendent as to what their designation is for that year.
And if I can also add to that, we got a great team for questions because they went live at 3 o'clock yesterday. So if there's any questions from any superintendent or any clerk on why it stayed the same or why it changed, we've got a team that is willing to answer, seek, find, whatever it might be. And again, this is a federal designation.
Last thing to go with that on the federal report is for our comprehensive schools, they get additional funding to support their efforts, their improvement efforts. And that funding is only available for 4 years from the federal government, and then you're no longer eligible. But because of the 2 years that were removed, we are seeking a waiver to extend that for 1 more year. So we extended it previously for 1 year, and we're seeking it again for 1 more year as we go into this last school year, to be able to support them with those improvement efforts for 1 more year. So we hope that, and that we're up for public comment on that right now, and seeking to have the financial support to match the same timeline as their exit. For our comprehensive schools, the last thing I will say is that for those that have been in for the duration since 2018, next year will be a critical year. They'll either exit or they will go into rigorous action. And so more to come right about that.
And the definition, board members, of rigorous action has not been defined. We don't know what rigorous action means. So there's not a federal designation, and which I appreciate that. We don't want that federal determination, but rigorous action, does that mean you withhold money? Does that mean we give more money, and where does that money come from? What support system does that mean for those schools that have, for a period of time, the federal government has that clock ticking need? So there have been a couple bills through the legislature that I've been working at to give a little bit more ownership for these schools for their own accountability. And want to make sure that we don't harm, but we, as a state agency and the agent of all of these dollars, we are the ones that will hold them accountable. So interesting as it is. But also on our website, there is a state report card, so you'll get to see the aggregate. There is a district, so you'll see the district aggregate, and then you'll see each school's determination as well.
Do you want to take questions, or you want?
Yeah, I'm happy to take any
questions for Dr. Virgil.
I don't know enough to know or anything. But Dr. Virgil, I'm concerned looking at the high school, the efficiency from 2018-19, 24% to currently 41%. How do we account for, is that open? What else? Talk to me about why we went from 21 to whatever it is. Put my glasses back on. Yeah, from 24 to 41.
% in terms of not proficient.
Right, deficiency level. I'm looking at this report that you put out.
Are you on the accreditation report?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're coming to the, talking about the ethical report card right now.
Well, I know.
Okay.
Okay.
So, Madam Chair Quinlan and board member, I think that's a really good question. So we do have 2 different accountability systems, right? We have the federal accountability system that addresses all of the federal programming.
but really our state accreditation system is our state accountability system. So you will get a report on that tomorrow. Yes, and so we'll be able to answer those questions for you at that time, but I think it is a really good question.
Look forward to that.
Yes. And I will be sure that the team is queued up to answer that question in complete detail for you. Moving on to the CAPE, is that? Sure. Okay. So the CAPE MOU, this is an annual agreement that we have been looking at the last few years. This agreement is between 3 entities. This is through the superintendent, through the Board of Public Education, and also through CAPE, the Council for the Accreditation of Educator Preparation. And so CAPE is a national accrediting firm who accredits our educator preparation programs. And of the 10 in Montana, there are 4 of our state programs that seek this national level of accreditation through the joint review process. And so that's University of Montana, University of Montana Western, Montana State University, and Montana State University buildings. And so this agreement outlines what that joint process looks like and what CAPE is responsible for and what the Montana State Review is responsible for. So when CAPE reviewers come in, they build a team of folks based on the size of the school, and it really outlines what they do to assess the initial program standards and the advanced program standards. And then the state does the endorsement and program area standards. So the state is responsible for approving the programs. CAPE is responsible for accrediting for CAPE purposes and providing that information to you all for you to make that final decision. So this agreement goes through and talks about the roles that the CAPE reviewers play versus what the state reviewers play and what that looks like, because CAPE has twice a year where they have a team of folks for their council that take the information from their review team and make the final decisions, usually in April and August. And so we've kind of had this partnership for some time. It's looking at this to say, do we want to keep this partnership for another year? And so I'm presenting it to you so that you can see it for informational purposes and then be back in May to take action on this particular agreement.
Are there any questions from board members? Board member Hammond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see that CAPE standards and the state's responsibility 1.1 and 3.2 both allow opportunities for discussion or making changes, having dialogue about those changes, seeking stakeholder and public input from the state. Have we ever done that? We had that dialogue like that in the development of this.
So, Chair Quinlan, board member, yes, that is, we have, in fact, the deans work very closely with CAPE. And so we have a person from CAPE that's assigned to us, a representative from CAPE. Her name's Melina Monaco. And so they do have conversations quite frequently. And in fact, when you look at our initial standards in chapter 58, for the initial standards in the 300s and the advanced standards in the 600s, those are very closely aligned. So that when we're looking at a joint review for our state schools versus a full state review, there's some comparability. So we're not holding them to a different set of standards, if you will. And so the deans of the education programs do provide quite frequently feedback to CAPE and participate in that partnership. They also do they, you know, in terms of their review, gives like common data looking at things across the country as to what they're seeing in education preparation programs and the data and what are some of those standards where there's, you know, more information. And so I think that there is a pretty strong partnership there. They put in annual reports to keep their accreditation status. So they're consistently always reviewing and reflecting on what are the standards and how are we meeting them. But your standards in chapter 58 mirror that so closely that if you were to go through a state review, you're being held to the same standards as a joint review with CAPE.
Board member Hammond. Thank you, Madam Chair. The mission of CAPE says CAPE advances equity and excellence educated preparation. we've had a lot of discussion about that issue in the last year. And it seems to me that it's not in our constitution, and it's causing a lot of schools in a lot of other states to run about. So I'm wondering what we think about that mission statement. And I'd also like to ask, which if I could, the relationship between Kate and the Council for Higher Education Accreditation. I believe there's a link there. And the mission statement for the Council for Higher Education is the commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusiveness guides its mission and its support for equitable treatment for institutions of higher education. I don't like the thought that DEI is what is guiding this effort. And that is what stated on their website, straight up in bold.
So Chair Quinlan, Board Member Hammond, so CHEA.
Yeah.
CHEA.
Right.
Is the accrediting body, if you will, for all university or colleges that comes out of the Department of Education. So they accredit and oversee the accrediting, if you will, bodies for all colleges to say this college is accredited. And so that particular group, right, in order for colleges to be eligible for FAFSA, all that stuff with FAFSA, like, you know, Perkins grants and all of that, they have to be accredited. And she is the organization, if you will, that oversees that larger body of accrediting of all colleges and universities from a general level. And so the reason why CAPE is affiliated with that group is because CAPE is almost like that secondary level of accrediting. They don't accredit colleges overall, they accredit a particular program for educators within an accredited college. And so that's that affiliation. I just want to share with you that affiliation. What I would say is, in terms of your questions about, is this the right fit for Montana to be doing joint reviews for our educator preparation programs? That's really, I think, an important discussion for you all and the superintendent, because you are the ones that at the end of the day approve which of the programs lead to licensure in our state. And so what I would tell you is you could do just state reviews, but this is a national review. And now there is one other entity that does national accrediting of educator preparation programs that came onto the scene, I think in 2019, and it's AQUIP. So there is another one in the arena of accrediting at the national level. So we would certainly be willing to bring you more information or share more information if you wanted to take a look at that other accrediting firm to maybe be able to look at it in comparison.
Thank you. I would appreciate that.
So I just want to clarify, and at the risk of being redundant to what you just said, all of the educator preparation programs in Montana are subject to accreditation by the board for our state standards. They choose, others have chosen to do a joint accreditation. And our chapter 58 standards, I think, reflect the language that we as a board agreed upon. You know, I think it puts us in a difficult position. How do we do partnerships if we perhaps question some of their language or value choices? But I think we have a strong partnership with Kate, and ultimately it comes down to what we have in our own state standards, which is accreditation. Would you agree with that?
Madam Chair Quinlan, you are correct. If you take a look in chapter 58, it's in the 100s. I think it might be 101, 102. Don't quote me on it. I don't have it in front of me, but it is in the 100s where it does outline that they can voluntarily choose to do a joint review with a national accrediting firm. And I think we'd have to go back and double check what we ended up. This was a conversation that you all had. Was, were you going to leave it as a national accrediting firm, or did you actually name Kate in that? And so that was a discussion that you all had when you were reviewing chapter. I think you left it. I agree.
I've read that.
So you read it enough times, you heard it enough times. So what that would mean then is they could choose, right? The educator preparation programs could choose if that meant they wanted to take a look at another piece. This is the agreement as if they choose to do that with CAPE and voluntarily do that national joint review. So like MSU chooses to do that, then they can choose which national entity they want. But if they choose this one, this is our agreement of how that would work.
We're really running, on time. I didn't know, did you have, superintendent, were you planning to have Wendy, share anything for?
Well, there is information, thank you, Chair, but there is information here on ESSER. Just wanted to make sure that, again, it's a shout out to our schools, spend the money down. If the money is not spent and encumbered, it goes back to the federal government. I can't reallocate it. And I would much rather see an investment in Montana than going back to DC or to any other district. So just a big shout out to make sure that is. There's information that is in my report on our website. We have thermometers that pretty much go up and down on how the expenditures are. Plus also every single school district, we have a detailed monthly report of how they're spending the money and where the money is going toward. So that would be what I would suggest.
Great, thank you. I would like to actually have the board have a chance to take a break before we move on to other agenda items. Thank you so much. Thank you, superintendent, and thank you to your staff. And let's take a 10-minute break and be back at 10:35. Nice. Yeah, okay, go ahead. Thank you. We'll reconvene the board after a brief break and move on to the report from the Montana School for the Deaf and Blind. Mr. Berglacher. Oh, I'm sorry. I missed our sequence. Dr. McLean, would you like to share your report from the Commissioner of Higher Education's office?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I sure would have been fine with Principal Firthmeyer or Superintendent Firthmeyer going ahead of me. Always good to listen to him. Very good to see all of you this morning. I hope to join you for my colleagues' presentation in person this afternoon. And we thank you for adding the sprint degree to your agenda this afternoon. It certainly aligns with all of the good, strong efforts that we have going on in partnership with our K-12 schools across the state along the lines of dual enrollment, early college, and other efforts. So I look forward to hopefully joining you later this afternoon. Just a couple of brief items I'd like to touch base on today. Next week, I'll present to the Board of Regents that over the last few years, we've seen an increase in American Indian student enrollment on our campuses. And in fact, since 2016, we've charted growth of American Indian student enrollment at 16%. And so we're pretty excited about that. One of the other things that I'll share with them next week is that we took a page out of the K-12 book and we worked with Mike Jetty and team, and we created a couple of years ago an Indian Education for All for One MUS course, and it's an online version basically of what the K-12 partners have on the Learning Hub around Indian Education for All. And I'll report to the board next week that we have about 60% of our faculty and staff in the university system who have participated in just that professional development alone. And one of the things that we were strategic in doing with our AMA Council was our campuses do have to provide the professional development. It doesn't necessarily have to be that course. And so the numbers that I'll present to them just relate to that course. And we think that that's pretty exciting to get to a real intentional effort around Indian Education for All. The next thing I'd like to just make the board aware of is we do have a new Gear Up director. We hired Jeannie Aribo, and so she will be serving in that capacity and coming to you for the Gear Up reports from now on. She was, if you'll recall, the former Montana Educational Talent Search and Educational Opportunities Center director, and so that left a vacancy. And right now we have an interim director in that role, and that's Derek Calvert. And so those are strong connections with our K-12 schools across the state, and I just wanted to alert you to the new personnel in both of those roles. The next thing I'd just like to point to quickly is the strong work being done here at this office and through our campuses across the state in regards to educator recruitment and retention. We've been working very closely with Cheryl Allen at the OPI and Western around the residency model. They're trying to develop the hub and spoke model around that effort. And we hope to see some continued efforts materialize over the course of the next month and get folks ready for next year. Another thing that we're working on right now is we have the Educator Grow Your Own event on March 28th in Great Falls at the Heritage Room. The event runs from 5 to about 7 o'clock, and we'll be featuring this year's Montana Grow Your Own educator students. And so those will be the top students from Northern, the NEAT students from Blackfeet Community College, and then our students from Great Falls High School and CMR High School in Great Falls. And then finally, on the educator recruitment and retention front, one of the things that we are partnering now with the Department of Labor and Industry and the OPI on is their efforts around educator apprenticeship. And so we pulled a few of our campuses together about 2 Thursdays ago to develop a apprenticeship trades schedule, which basically outlines what an apprenticeship would look like through an educator preparatory program. And we shared that with Cheryl Allen and her task force, and we shared it with the folks at the Department of Labor and Industry. Earlier this week, we shared it with the Council of Deans and walked through any concerns or questions. It's one of those pieces that we're pretty excited about. We think that we can partner very successfully on apprenticeship and do so in a very robust way that supports strong outcomes for our students. Then the next thing that I would just point to is we have our Complete the Application Process event coming up at the end of this month and the first week of next month. And we do encourage students like Charles to go in and complete their college applications, complete the FAFSA if they haven't already done so. And Charles, any help that you can give us in spreading the good word about that event, as well as Decision Day that's coming up in May, would be greatly appreciated. And with that, Madam Chair and members of the board, that ends my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Are there questions from the board? This is Chair Quinlan. I just wanted to commend you on 60% of your MUS staff participating in a course related to the end of education for all. I think that's great. And, hope you can continue with that progress.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're going to work on that for sure.
Seeing no other questions or comments from the board, we'll move on to the MSPB report and Mr. Bergmeyer. You want to come forward with your sticky notes all over your.
Yeah. So if you want to know what some of them say, it says honors kids' talents, confidence in the process. Need to help students find passion. So that's what my sticky notes say. Kind of reminds me every day. So first of all, I'm going to say thanks, Madam Chair, for letting me have an hour. This is like unprecedented for MSTV. And it shows that the investment into MSDB from this board, and I truly appreciate that. So the reason we're going to talk a little bit longer today is we are working on an accreditation. If you remember right, you'll see tomorrow that we're regularly accredited again by the state. And then we also received the Cognia accreditation about 1.5 years ago now. But now we're starting to work on our disability specific accreditation. And this year we decided to work towards accreditation for our visually impaired department. And so that's what I want to talk about today a little bit. Yeah.
And sorry, before you continue, board member Linda actually brought to my attention that some of the links in those self-assessments aren't live. So what we did, we added them to the front page of the website under the board attached the agenda and agenda packet. So you can go in and see those, because those are going to, MSDB is going to come and ask you to approve those at your next meeting in May. So I want to make sure you have an opportunity to look at all of those and to click on those live links. So I apologize, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I wanted them to know that where those live on our website right now.
No, that's good. Thank you. So as McCall was talking about, one thing I like about this accreditation process, it does get the governing board involved before the accreditation process is complete. And that's why we're here for the first reading of a couple. So with AAR, just as a reminder, it comes with accreditation, comes with management standards. And then it comes with program standards. So what I'll be talking about today are 3 of the management standards that need to be met in order to be accredited by AER, the American, I had that because I was going to say Association for Education and Rehabilitation of the Blind and Visually Impaired. And actually their accreditation is not just for schools. They are for any organization that works with blind or low vision people. So sometimes when we look through these self-studies, there's some things where like, how are we gonna meet that? And we've been in contact with them because it might be more for a specific group that focuses on one thing, a private organization compared to us. But today we want to, I would like to go over A with you, which is the governance policy section. Go over the financial management section with you, and then the buildings and grounds. And we'll do the kind of like the first reading of these today. And then if I'll come back in May for these to see if, to adopt those 3 sections. Because again, this is an accreditation where the governing board needs to sign off that they've seen them and looked at them, and I think that's good. That didn't happen in Cognia. We brought it to you so you could see, but it wasn't because they were making us. Yep.
Sorry to interrupt, but do any other schools do this process with the AER? Are you the first school or other schools?
So good question. So yes, there's other schools around the nation that are part of this that get accredited through AER. And AER is actually an international group. So this is actually an international accreditation that, yeah, there's other schools. I know Idaho does not do it. I've talked to their superintendent for different reasons. They haven't wanted to. We want to at our school because it brings credibility to what we're doing in our visually impaired department. Just like Cognia brought credibility to what we're doing as an educational whole. So
It seems like they could adjust for schools if some of these questions aren't appropriate for a school setting. Have they thought about making their school track versus? Anybody?
Madam Chair, Board Member Keith, that's a good question. I will say, and I haven't been in the visually impaired education field very long, that it used to be something else about 10 years ago, and they got rid of that accreditation and AER picked it up. So they're working on it. I will also tell that, let the board know that there's 2 boards or 2 different groups that decide if an agency gets accredited. The first is the review team, which would come in and look at our document. And then the other one is an overarching accreditation committee. And I'm actually one of 6 people on that international accreditation, that very top committee. I was asked to sit on it because of my Cognia experience. So I'll learn more about this process. I've only had 1 meeting on that committee. But I do know they're revamping it because during that meeting, we talked about a school in Florida who is not a state-run school, but a private visually impaired school, and some of the asks that they were having with difficulties. So I know they're up for making their process better.
Thank you.
Yeah. So if we want to look at, I'm on page 108, I think is in your packet. The section A, policy and administration, self-study summary. Is it 108? I think. Sure.
Yeah.
So what AER did is they gave us this document and said, these are required documents that you need to provide us so we can make a decision of whether you're accredited or not. So in this section A, policy and administration, as you look down through page 110 and 111 and 112, there's actually 13 different standards or 13 areas that they will look at for just under policy and administration. We have to meet every one of those in order to meet that standard A. Okay, so we looked at the documents that they told us we should look at, and for the most part, we have them. What makes MSDB unique, again, back to Board Member Key's comment, is you're our oversight, so you're our board. Our budgeting comes from the state, not from you. And you know, so it made a very unique thing. So as we go through it here, you're gonna see policies from everywhere. Our policies, your policies, the state policies, and things like that. For those of you that have worked with me, I'm not a believer in me doing the accreditation. I'm part of a team that does the accreditation, so you'll see At the bottom of page 108, the names Trudy Hill and Brenda Warren. One's a specialist on campus and one is our teacher on our campus, and they were the ones that took this policy A, the policy and administration, and looked over it. And then we worked as a group after a while, but they were the ones that conducted this self-study for us. They pretty much got it done on March 1st. We still need to update a few things and we'll talk about that. So if we go to page 110, and I don't want to, my intent today is just kind of talk about it and then allow you to see the documents between now and May. And that's why we call, I'm sure Executive Director Flynn was pointing out where those links are. And then please, at any time, give me a call or an email if you have a question. But for example, what gives us the legal authority to run our school, and that's state law. So we provided them the MCAs 20-8-101 and 102, as well as the administrative rules of Montana. I will tell you, I encourage you at some point to go look at those. And the reason being is you'll see down below where we talked about what we feel our strengths are in this area and what we feel our weaknesses are and what are we going to do about our weaknesses. One weakness of MSDB are these state policies, and it's not the state policies that we don't want them, but I look at the date they were written and the date they were adopted by legislature or whatever. They are out of date and they're causing us big time troubles at MSDB right now. For example, when they were written, there wasn't much of a homeschool population, for example. Now we know there's a larger homeschool population, especially after COVID. But because of the laws and the ways things are set up, we cannot bring a homeschool student onto campus. We can serve them with our outreach, but we can't actually bring them on our campus. And actually, if you look at in more detail, there's a question of whether we should have a preschool on our campus because it says they need to be eligible for IDEA, and that's when you become 3 years old. So right now, this summer, one thing we're doing is working with Elizabeth Kolba to come in this summer, as she's the one we've been working with the last few years and knows our policies, to help us align state laws to what we feel it should be, so we can start talking with the interim education committee over the next couple of years in the next session, get those state laws and administrative rules of Montana up to where we think they would benefit our organization and the students of Montana. Yep.
So I'd just like to clarify, because the board can move forward with changes to the administrative rules in Title 10. So I guess are the things that you're characterizing here also relative to the state statute, so the MCAs?
Yeah, so Madam Chair, it gets very confusing between the two. The ARMS and the MCAs, and that's why we want Elizabeth to work with us to know what legally can be done and make it very clear. So we have a process for students to come to our school, and then also students that should exit our school as well. So we might be coming to this board with some changes to the ARM as soon as we work with Ms. Calva over the summer. And the other part of that is the handbooks. I'm not sure when the last handbook was really updated and brought before this board, but all of that's going to be work that we're going to do this summer is MCA, ARM, handbooks, work with you to change any of the ARMs that we can, and then start working with the interim education committee to change something if we need to in the next session to make it a little bit clearer for us. So that's what we feel is the biggest weakness in this section A is everything not lining up. We just did with Cognia, we just did a new mission statement, belief statements, And items like that. And again, when you get down to section 6, where it talks about the organization identifies and written form the eligibility criteria. That again is where we kind of get into some trouble with the eligibility and who's eligible to come into our school. And we want to make it very black and white, because in that case, now we might be working with some of OPI's criteria that are part of the IDEA. And so now we have state law, we have ARM, and now we have OPI and federal IDEA. That's really, we need to pay attention to. And that's why I'm excited to be working with Ms. Calva this summer, because that's going to be a big task. I think one of the strength in this area is we're broadening our stakeholders of who helps service. So you can see we have a folk rehab pre-eds, which all schools get, but we have a very strong, so this is down on 8 and 9. Very strong pre-eds contract. We work with the Northwest Association of the Blind. That's out of Seattle. And if you look at the links that I sent to Chris yesterday, some of that will be updated and you'll see more there. We work with Eagle Mount, and Eagle Mount's an organization that when we go skiing out at Showdown, they'll bring people up and there'll be guides, or they'll put one of our kids on a sit ski and bring them down the hill. And we're really trying to work on that. The Northwest Association of Blind Athletes in May is going to come out and help us put on a visually impaired games, kind of similar to the Special Olympics, but just for the visually impaired. And that's been a tradition pre-COVID at MSDB that we're looking to get back. So we have good outreach and we're getting stronger with that. And that's where we feel we're strength, that we have strength there. The other strength is 9, is you guys and the foundation board members, and the way folks are put on our boards and who works with us in governing it. And we feel that's a strength of ours. As we all know how a local public school election can go, we feel lucky that this is the process for MSDB, is the way the board is selected. So one thing that we need to probably, another strength is the way, and I'm all the way down to 13. So sorry, I know where I want to go with this. You might not, but is that MSDB improvement positions flow chart for those that just joined the board. That's all created because of Cognia, and we wanted to increase the leadership capacity in our school, and that shows where we're currently sitting on that, with someone leading the assessment committee, someone that leads our PLC committee, and those folks have really taken it serious, and it's going to make our organization and our policy stronger. So for example, our assessment committee lead is working with AIR, the American Institute of Research, which is one of the leaders with MTSS models, and especially MTSS models for special needs programs. So we're working with them. PLC, our PLC gal is working with Doug Fisher from San Diego State University on what's how to implement PLCs in kind of a system, because he's worked with the Hawaii School for the Deaf and Blind and has that experience of implementing PLCs there. So that's a strength of ours, I think, is we allowed some ownership for leadership positions for our staff, and they've taken off. And those are just 2 examples of how we're trying to bring in national resources that have experience with our population and helping us improve MSDB. So that's another strength. So down on the self-study summary of policy and administration, what are strengths? I believe I've kind of covered that. We feel through Cognia, we've regained our vision and our mission. We want to be the leading resource in the state for blind and low vision and deaf and hard of hearing. And people say, well, you're the school for the deaf and blind, but if you looked around the state, there was people starting to do some of the things that we wanted to do and should be doing it. And another good example is now there's such a need for some interpreters that they're actually hiring online interpreters from out of state to serve students around the state, which I'm glad the students are getting services. But as I was talking to Superintendent Arnson when she was here, there's a group of us that need to sit down and figure out how we can increase our interpreter population in Montana and then provide training. I know I say that almost every morning here. The board member Helena always talks about the case that she had over the last year, and it's getting pretty scary with our interpreters out there. So, and then again, where do we feel we need to improve, keep building stakeholder engagement? And again, that's something that we're really working on, but we view the entire state as our community. Because we serve the entire state of Montana. So really trying to figure out better ways that we can work on that and get that out there and make sure we're serving everyone the way that they would like to see MSDB serving them. So that's kind of the policy and administration. I'll answer any questions before going on. Yeah, oh, sorry. It's
Board Member Keith.
I know this process is arduous and so much to take on, but do you think you would have had that clarity that you need to align and update policies without this process?
So, Madam Chair, Board Member Keith, that is something that's been on my radar as the superintendent for the last couple of years, is updating policies. But what this process has done is gotten our staff involved with the process. Where before me, it was written in a closed door with one or two people, where now it's a very transparent process. Everybody has a chance to be involved with the process, give some input with the process. And that's what I would say this process has given us, is that avenue to have as many people involved as wanted to be involved.
That's fantastic. So
Yes.
thanks for taking that on.
Any other questions with section A?
I don't
All right, well,
see any other questions. You want to go on?
I do. Section B, I can talk a lot more about because I was one of two folks that took this section on, myself and Jen Lawson, looked at the financial documents. And again, this is where sometimes it became tricky on what should we include, because obviously the state has accounting policies that we follow with their state funding. We have to work with OPI on a little bit of federal funding that we have. And then also our foundation purchases many things for our school throughout the years. So when we looked at financials, we worked with AER. We actually ended up including everything from the foundation to the state. So if we kind of look at just number one, so I'm on page 117. This is why it's a strength for us, is when we do our state accounting or our state budget, you can see all these memos that the state Office of Public, our Office of Budget, yeah, OBPP, I know the acronyms better than I know what they mean, but
Jane can tell you.
they give us all these different processes that we do for almost 7 months before it even goes into a governor's budget. And we feel that's a strength of ours. We always have oversight over us, not only at the state level, but also at the local level. I can tell you that at the local level, our business manager is expected now to sit with all administrators. So we have 4 programs in MSDB that's defined by the state budget. We have administration, which would be myself and the business department. Then we have general services, which is our maintenance department, basically. Student services, which is our cottage program. And then we have education, which is both outreach and school program. So each one of those have an administrator in charge of them. And none of them knew what their budgets were or where money went or where money came from. So that is one thing that we have been working on over the last year, is really sitting down with the administrators to know where the money comes from, where the money is, and it tended out to be a good process. And why? Because then we took some of that data that we found to the legislature, and we were able to get additional funding of, well, right now it's additional funding of $42,000 for family events in the summer. That we found we were shortfalling ourselves doing that and not paying attention where the money was, and nobody noticed it because we had so many open positions before I took over that they didn't realize they were going into other positions' money. So now we know that. So the administrators are now know. My first question is, okay, what's your budget for that? For example, we're starting to plan our summer programs right now. I'm asking both the outreach, who will bring in guest speakers from around the country, and the residential program, what's your budget? What are you doing? How are we paying for this? For that wasn't so much the case a couple of years ago that we've been doing that. And like I said, it paid dividends so far in legislature. So fingers crossed tomorrow that we make that next hurdle. We go in front of that appropriations committee tomorrow. Again, because we're part of the state, if you look at number 3 and liability insurance and tort and claims, we have a whole agency under the Department of Administration from the state perspective that does that for us, that writes those policies, help us implement those policies and things like that. So again, it's very much a strength of ours. Number 8, if we talk about, I think the state is a strength when it comes to financials because of the budgeting process, but it is not a strength currently with the foundation process. And currently working with the foundation, who has a new board president, also has a new executive secretary that just started a couple of weeks ago. I really feel we're going to get good things happening because on the board last year, they put a gentleman from a bank on our board, and he has tremendously helped figure out the budget. In fact, it's public knowledge, but we cannot, well, here I go, stumble. Last time the Board of Public Ed and MSDB were audited by the state, it wasn't a finding, but it was brought up that the foundation had not had an audit in some time, and that needed to be corrected, or maybe it will become a finding, especially for this board the next time. The board, after Kevin joining it, sent a RF proposal to different accounting firms. And because of losing so many accountants over COVID and the mess it was in, we couldn't get nobody that would even take it on as an audit. So Kevin's worked a year now with the finance committee of the board, as the finances in order, and they do have someone that's finally given them a quote to do an audit on their books. And at the April meeting, they'll vote on whether or not to do it or not. But the finances of the foundation were so bad that we couldn't even get an audit done. So it's pretty exciting to me that we're moving that way. So that is definitely a weakness of ours that we found on here with the foundation, and they've been working on it and greatly appreciate that. Some things on number 10 that you might not know, or even I would point out for this group to kind of look at is the 1988 MSDB and MSB Foundation Working Agreement. The other thing I would look at is the administrative rules in the Montana Code on how MSDB gifts are accepted, because that affects this board, where there's an agreement between this board and the foundation that they would accept the gifts given to MSDB and not become property of the state. And that's where that's where those policies lie, or in those ones. And then the only, well, we do have some restricted funds. One is we have some in the foundation that have restricted funds, but then also the state, which for us, removed all of our one-time only funding this year. That was pretty common. And they put it in our budget completely, which is very nice. So the only restricted fund currently that is tied to our state budget going forward was a proposal from Senator Fuller out of Whitefish that made an amendment to our budget to add $25,000 for student travel. And then Senator Epps, I think I'm saying that right, ESP. He amended that to say that it's got to be new student travel. And I'm actually thankful that he did, because what that means is our EOS, or expressions of silent group, that's goes all over the place because they're requested. We can't use that extra $25,000 to keep sending them. So this is going to give us a chance to broaden. Maybe we have a goal ball team, which goal ball is where you put blindfolds on and you lay on the ground, and it's kind of like a dodgeball for visually impaired students. We can now maybe go do a competition in Utah or Idaho or things like that, and give some of our groups that do work hard chances to go different places. So that will be only restricted funds. So the strengths, again, I'm just down to page 120 now. The strengths are the processes that we use with the state. As our governing body, we feel is a strength. And the weaknesses is the foundation, financial situation, getting our administrators, and even we want to get down to the level where our staff know the budget, maybe not as a detail as an administrator, but we'll know where some money's coming from to support some activities, because most wouldn't know if that's a foundation funded activity or state funded activity. And I think it's important for our staff to know. So that's one thing we will be doing. So you can see what are some of the changes that we'll be doing. One that is not on here, that we just actually met on this week, which would meet the be under his financial policies with the state system. When we do our requests and our purchase orders, that don't necessarily tie to the state accounting system. When we get reports, and like the report that I know Chris and McCall put in, earlier about the Board of Public Ed financials earlier, that report, that only shows for us. So I'm assuming it's the same for all agencies, but just shows for us what we've spent. It does not indicate the open POs that are out there, and that's been troublesome. So just this week, I believe the group's called Flex On. I think I can get you that name. It's a company out of Seattle, where now we'll be able to see our budget, our breakdown, and then also see our open POs, so we aren't overspending our budget. So that's pretty exciting for me anyways, because that's something I've been asking for 2 years, especially starting now until June, trying to figure out how much budget's left. Is okay, I see how much we've spent, but how many open POs do we have out there that we need to account for? So now we'll have that ability to make those decisions starting next year. So and we're just going to continue working with the finance committee on the foundation, because they've done a great job over the last year, and they're set to adopt their budget in April, which hasn't happened since I've been there in 6 years. They've always adopted it usually in the fall, and we usually do a lot of our ordering during the summer. So they're going to do it on April meeting. So before I forget, Board Member Rasmussen, welcome to our committee.
Thank you.
And that meeting is April 14th. And it's kind of an exciting one, because the National Association of the Deaf is actually holding their meeting, their national meeting at our school that day. And that's why we're doing it on Friday instead of a Monday. But we'll be having the National Association of the Deaf on our campus for 3 days, and then the board, the foundation will meet with them for a couple hours on the 14th during part of their regular meeting, so. Anything with the finances?
Board Member Hammond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The foundation, bylaws were last updated in 2018. Is that what you're indicating here? Are they in pretty good shape with regard to the financial reports and whether there is to be an audit and how often it's supposed to be? Are those sorts of things in your bylaws?
So, Madam Chair and Board Member Hammond, the actual audit is in the agreement between this board and the foundation that they would have an audit every 2 years.
Every 2 years.
And that's in the agreement between these, the board and them.
And what is the size of the foundation? For this?
The financials,
Yeah.
I think they're about 2 point something million, I think, with their investments.
I was just wondering what kinds of audits might be required and how often.
Right. Oh, that's a good question.
Paul, I just want to give you a time check. We have about half hour ish. To cover the rest of the items related to the MSD. So.
Sounds good. So we'll go right on to section D, buildings and grounds. You might be asking where's section C? We're not done with that self-study yet, so that C, E, F, and G will be coming to you for the first reading in May. And we'll do the second reading on these 3 in May, but so there is a C. It's not like a 7, 8, 9 deal, but it's good. Buildings and grounds. I'm not gonna go through everything. I'll just kind of tell you that the strengths. The strengths are, as we've really been proactive with long-range building and planning. Section F of the legislature. They've provided us funding for roofs, which created better safety for our blind students walking in the hallway. They've given us funding for the new lighting system, which was actually part of the EPA and some from the legislature. And that has been a godsend because if you didn't see it last year, we'll give you a tour this year for those that haven't been on campus, where we can adjust sections of lighting in our rooms. So if a student is over here that needs a different hue or a different color, we can change that in the room and we can meet the needs of that student. If I'm a staff member that uses sign language and at the front of the room, they can change that as well, because because if you watch someone's hand for more than an hour, your eyes strain. So now we can change the lights to even make that better. So that's been a good improvement. This summer, our sprinkler system in the Bitterroot will be up to date. That actually came from the 21 session. The other thing that came from the 21 session that will be done this summer is the lift to get to our basement. So after this year, when you have meetings in the Bitterroot, will be more accessible for anybody that wants to come down. And then we have a few things in this year's House Bill 5, Section E, that will bring some good improvements to our school. Is we barely have cameras. We have 7 on parking lots, but we have no cameras anywhere in any of our buildings or around. If you know where MSDB is at, we have low-income housing to the east. And the city just approved low-income housing now to the north. And we find knives often in our yards. We find a lot of good gifts in our yards, so it will be nice to have those cameras inside and out. So that's one that's there. Also, if you remember from last year when you were there, we have cones, orange construction cones, creating a bus loop out front. The reason we did that is because kids were walking behind the buses to get to their parents' cars, and it just wasn't safe. So their money for that this year is in there. And then also our Mustang Center, which is our gym building, and our kitchen do not have sprinklers. And when you're talking about students that are visually impaired or some that are multiply handicapped, not having sprinklers does not feel safe. So will now have sprinklers in any area that is occupied during the school day, which will be good. So those are in this year's budget and be in front of the appropriations, I think next Wednesday, I think I saw last night. And hopefully those go through. The one weakness that we have with our maintenance department is there's not a maintenance department director. That is in the governor's proposal and was supported by Section E to put a funding in for a supervising position back into our budget, and that will be very nice to help us with long-term planning, inventory, what needs to be done. Right now, I'm trying to get this broadband project done. If you remember, we have a $850,000 grant to update our broadband and update a few classrooms. The state the state A&E are so busy that they asked us to take that on. I now know to say no, but I said yes. And trying to find someone that just yesterday we submitted finally a list of 3 firms that would be interested in helping with that. But that's what a general service provider would do. So any questions with this financial? Buildings and grounds. Yes, sorry.
No, I'm board member.
Just because I'm curious, can you tell us the titles of the other chapters of your work?
Yeah, so chapter, yes, one second. There we go. Chapter C is going to be staff and volunteers, so making sure that our staffing is all credentialed and volunteers. And the volunteer part has kind of tripped us up because we've had to go back before COVID and remember what we did for volunteers, because we haven't had much volunteering since. We're starting to get back. E is community relations, public education and fundraising. F is community and consumer involvement. And then G is basic overall evaluation of the whole program.
Paul, where are we now then? We've gone through this and I don't think the board has any more questions. So are we?
And tell me how much time I have left.
Yeah, about 25 minutes.
Okay, so if I can take about 10 minutes to talk about the outreach report and point out a few things there, because I don't think the whole board has seen that. So I'm starting on page 129. This report we finished up end of January. It was an internal audit report that we did, trying to figure out and trying to understand what the needs of our outreach were around the state, especially in some areas around the state like Bozeman, where we've just seen growth. I'm just going to point out a few graphics here. You can read it, and please call me if you have questions, or maybe at the next meeting we can talk about it too. But on page 130, you'll see a graph of the outreach caseload. So how many students each outreach person would have, and you can see back in 2009 it was just shy of 400 students, but now you can see in 2020 it's just shy of 1,200 students. So 800 student increase per outreach consultant basically, total wise, and that's hard to fathom doing this whole state with that many. So that shows that there's been an increase in the students that we serve. And if you read through there, we identify reasons why we feel it's increased. One is COVID and many people moved to Montana. The other thing is medicine is getting much better and probably keeping some of our students alive. Parents are better educated now about the services their kids deserve. So there's all those reasons are in there with that. If you look at page 134, these two state maps are very telling. At the top map, which is all blue in color, was so what happened in 2007, 2008. The legislature did a performance audit on Montana MSDB, and that top graph came from that audit. And so in that audit, you can see the different colors and how many students per population were in counties. So for example, the dark blue, those were no more than 57 students in that county for the very dark blue. And you can see we had 3 back in 2007 of those counties where it was 57 students in that county total. Now, mind you, that's both DHH and BI total, 57 up to 57. If you look at the bottom chart, that's where we sit as of January. And you can see now the red, which there's 3 counties in red, that means we have over 100 plus students in outreach in those counties. So that's Cascade, Gallatin, and Yellowstone. And then you have your pink, which is 50 to 100 students now served in those counties. So you can see from 2007 to current January 2023, the difference in the population, and we're still serving them with the same amount of outreach that we've had. So that's a very telling. And you see, for those of you that are younger than me, don't let them talk into blindfold. You can see Petroleum and Garfield and others have 0. That's not because we believe there's 0 kids there we can serve. It's just that we don't have enough outreach to stop into every school and talk to their administration to see if they have students that we serve. We're certain that there's students in every county that we should be serving, but some of them show 0 because we currently are. But if we had more outreach, we would. If you go to page 137, Appendix A, this is a telling graphic as well, box table. You can see in 2010, 2011 school year, we had 7 visually impaired consultants, 6.5 DHH consultants for 13.5. And we had an outreach audiologist, which is considered a consultant for the EDDie grant that we have. So, but you look at that number 7 and 6.5 for a total of 13. Now, if we go to our current year, we have 7 VI consultants, so that's exactly the same. We have 5.5 DHH consultants, which is 1 less, but now we have a full-time outreach director, and we still have the audiologist. So you can see from 2010 to 2023, our consultant numbers have not changed. They might have went up and down a little bit, because you can see there in 2010, the consultant out of Bozeman, that was VI, was also the supervisor. And then when that person retired, that's when Donna Sorensen was hired in 2012, 2013 to become the outreach director at that time. So our numbers have not changed as far as staff members that we serve. I'm just going to point out from page 138 to sorry. Starting on page 138, that is the verbatim from the 2007-2008 audit for you to look at and see what the legislative, the audit showed back then. I do want to show, have you go to page 144, if you could. And what this Appendix C shows is the level of service. So not every student has the same level of service from MSDB. For example, level 5, those are the students that are on our campus. Level 4 probably should be on our campus. And so far, and down. I'm not going to explain them, because if you look at page starting on 145, that's how we explain the levels of service for the deaf and hard of hearing. And then also on page 149, that's how we break down the service for the VI students. So you can read that and answer questions at any time. So before we knew what to ask legislature for, we needed to develop some type of data matrix, working with the interim budget committee and just making good sense. We knew we needed to have some type of data to go there, and not just say we need more consultants. So if you look on page 1, I think I might have had a bigger packet than OPI this time. It's maybe. If you look at page 161, which is very hard to read, which I'm sorry. Chair BD asked us to switch it, and I can send that to Nicole and Chris that has a little bit better coloring. But what we worked with other blind VI schools around the US on how did they measure their outreach services. We ended up looking really hard at Idaho, since they're similar to us in services. And so our outreach developed this workload tool, which was largely based on Idaho's, but then put the Montana flavor in it. So the topics on the left are the items that we have our outreach doing throughout the year. So that's doing assessments on kids, on new referrals, maybe doing home visits, contact monitors, consultants with schools. I'm not going to read it. I will send you one that you can read better. But we went through and really, what do our consultants do? And that's what's shown in that topic. So then we needed to come up with the formula, which I'll come back in a minute. But then, so this is DHH, and there is a BI one, but that third column, you'll see DHH. So our outreach estimate, when they do an assessment, the assessment on average takes 45 minutes. Okay, so give or take, but they felt on average they did 45 minutes. The next column, the number of students meetings a week for that topic, they feel they do 4 students a month. Assessment 4 times a month on different students at 45 minutes. And then so that equates to 54 students a year that they feel on average that they do assessment on. So what we did is then we built the formula on how many minutes time. So multiplied the students by the number of times a year per student and came up with about 40 hours a year for just assessment. Okay, so we did that for every single topic that our outreach identified. And you can see on this example, DHH, they're pretty moderate, and they said that total work hours is just over 16, about 16 and a half, 1,650 hours a year for one consultant.
First time I've said that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when you say that work hours, that's actually just contact. That's actually time they are actually spending with a student,
Not
or us, or a client.
so, Madam Chair, and so,
Yeah, fine.
though this also has time where, like, if you look at, well, you can't see it very well, but there's some in here. So there's the gray management invoice kind of line there. And then below that is preparation, lesson preparations, travel times built into this. So it's not just contact time. The top is the contact time. The bottom is more of the management type. So good question. Yeah. But if you look at page 162, this is where we had a really good discussion with the Section E committee in the legislature. So you can see BI1, BI2, and earlier in the report, you would see where the different regions are. I skipped over that, sorry. So BI1, so that means in region 1 of the visually impaired consultants, the approximate hours worked last year by our consultant in that area was 1,900 hours, almost 2,000 hours. They're only supposed to work 1,600 hours per contract. So that outreach person, staff member, did the right thing by servicing kids and doing 300, almost 400 hours over the contract. But if we look at what that person should have done based on the tool and the formula that we created. That one staff member from Region 1 should have done 2,800 hours. So think about the students that weren't receiving services. So you can read that for all of our different regions in both VI and DHH. And you can see that last year we figured, going back, that we spent just shy of 23,000 hours on outreach services amongst all of our 13.5 outreach. Where with that tool, we should have had 32,500 hours served if we were going to meet the needs of the students we know about. That's not even the ones in those counties with 0 that we haven't identified. So then we took that number and divided it by a 16-hour work year. And you can see we should have 20.36 consultants to meet the needs of what we currently have. So now that you know that report, and I'll let you read it more, we did ask to have more outreach consultants added to our budget by the legislature. The governor approved 2 additional outreach consultants, but that was before this report was created. Provided this report to Dylan, Mr. Clapmeyer, but in section E, they have now added 2 more. So there's 4 total consultants that will be in the front of the Appropriations Committee tomorrow, which honestly, they asked me if I was fine with, and I am, and here's why. Is because we don't know exactly how many outreach students we have. We're guessing it's just shy of 1,200. If you remember right, we took ESSER 1 money and talked about data modernization with OPI. We took ESSER 1 money, contracted with EdHub to develop a database for us that will help us track how many actual kids that we have. So we'll have outreach now going in with their laptop, inputting data, and we'll be able to see it in Great Falls real time. And then we can go back to the legislature in 2 years and say, I know for a fact now that we have 1,250 or 1,150. This is how many we have in this region. This is what services they're getting. And would be able to go in and see if we need more consultants. So that's why I personally think 4 is a reasonable number at this time to ask the legislature for. So before I go to my actions, are there any questions on this report?
Can you just clarify, you have 13 now, so this is 4 on top. But if it goes through, the legislature would be giving you 4 more, or you know, just 17.
That would be correct, Madam Chair, yeah.
Board Member Headland?
And do you have staff, or do you think you'll have any challenges filling those positions?
Madam Chair, Board Member Hedlund, good question. We have 4 people that, more than 4 that have already said they will apply.
Okay, great.
What our intent is, because we know how school contracts go and administrators are getting contracts now and teachers probably 1st of April. We are going to advertise for these positions almost immediately with the listed on an announcement that the funding needs to still be approved by legislature, but we're going to start the process of collecting applications. And we do have some in our critical needs area, which is exciting because, for example, where Board Member Rasmussen was, that person, those folks that serve that region up in Bainville, Culbertson, they drive from Great Falls to do their services over there. We could not find anybody in that corner. So think about the drive time for that consultant serving the students on the east side. So it's nice to have some staff that are in some of those areas that are critical. And then we're also having, so we do have someone from Wolf Point that is interested in working for us. So again, the travel time would be reduced if that person was offered and accepted the position.
Thank you for sharing that with me. I think it's really good. I appreciate all the work that went into that. And the expansion of your data-driven decision-making capabilities. So that's
So onto that comment, we are still gonna ask for a performance audit to be done this next year on us, just to confirm our numbers and also look at interpreters. And hopefully draw some more attention to interpreters. So I do know that Representative Keough is interested in requesting that audit. And I'll be asking Senator Fuller tomorrow to request that audit as well. Might be more work for us, but it's gonna get us the data I think we need.
You want to move on to your action items?
They sure do. And I'll explain them, and then I think in the past we've had like board member Rasmussen, right? So it's very exciting that we come to you with very few personnel moves. We have no retirements, no resignations, no layoffs. We just have 3 hires for you to consider. One is the substitute para, Teresa Kelly. Just to be transparent, Teresa is the daughter of Jim Kelly, who is one of our administrators, just to put that on the table. Jesse Agwan is a CLA LEAP, and he's been a great addition. He's taken our kids to the weight room nightly, getting these kids built in lifelong fitness. And then Eliza Craw as a deaf mentor for a family, I believe, on the western part of the state. So those would be our 3 hires that we'll ask you to approve today. We do have a few out-of-state travels. We have 3. One is a cottage counselor. So in our residential program, we run what's called RCYCP, which is a residential child and youth care professional certification. Currently, one of our counselors in the outreach training in the residential program have that. We would like to have our other counselor, because it's a train the trainer module. Thank you. Yeah, model. And so they're responsible for training any new employees and having updated stuff every year. So you can see that one's in Tulsa. We received a grant for coding, which I think is exciting, that we're really starting to look at STEM at MSDB, because it's where our kids should be, in my opinion. So we received a grant for code.org, which is going to provide training for a staff member, Ms. Barr, who's actually the same staff member as Samsung, which I'll talk about in a minute. But she is needing to go to Coeur d'Alene in July for that code.org training. And the last one, I just want to see. Is our Samsung competition, which I know has been brought up today. We're the state winners. We're excited, and now where they're at is they're actually creating a drawing, which I will actually share with Chris and McCall. I just got it, and it's the actual AutoCAD drawing of their project, and what their project is developing a table that could be put in schools that would withstand any kind of natural disaster. So if it's an earthquake, the table doesn't collapse when it comes down. And any other kind of school shooter, they can tip it over and the bullet would go through. So that's their project that they're looking at. So they have this drawing where they have 3 layers of metal in there. They have at the bottom of the tables shock absorbers. So when the earthquake and stuff start coming down, it absorbs that. And that's basically what their project is. And they were just on the Montana Public Radio this week. They are currently needing to make a 3-minute video, which gets submitted on their project with the interview with the kids. And then depending on that project, they could be going to New York, and that's the out-of-state travel request here that Samsung hasn't given us a final date, but it's in May sometime. But if they get selected, they would go out there and be a representative based on that project for Samsung. So I'd ask you to approve that. And again, it's the kids have been amazing, and the staff is sitting back and letting kids take learning in their own hand, which I'm all for. So that is the 3 travels. We'll ask you to vote on the second and final reading of our school calendar that everybody had input on. So Madam Chair, Board Member Rasmussen, that's the actions I'd ask you to take.
Turn it over to you, for a motion.
Motion, the first one I'll approve, move to approve the human resource actions for 3 new staff at the MSDB as listed in the agenda packet.
Been moved by Board Member Rasmussen and seconded by Board Member Keith. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Back to you for a motion.
The second motion I'd like to make is to, I move to approve the out-of-state travel request for MSDB as listed in the agenda packet, understanding the one is not a for sure.
It's been moved by Board Member Rasmussen and seconded by Board Member Helena to approve the 3 out-of-state travel requests. Is there any discussion? Board Member Clark.
Yeah, Paul, I had students years ago that qualified and ended up going to Samsung, and it was like a last minute sort of a thing. I mean, they don't give you much notice and time. I mean, they do take care of the travel and hotels. Is this enough to be able to pay for that for the students? And are there any other auxiliary activities that you might be able to do with kids while they're out?
So great question. So Madam Chair and Board Member Tharp, we've had that conversation with our foundation. And our foundation has said they support whatever we would need to get out there, which would include a few extra days, hopefully, that takes the kids around some of New York.
We did last second spaghetti dinners. All sorts and try to make extra money. So that's very good.
Any further board comments? Any public comments? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye.
So Madam, sorry,
Motion carries.
Madam Chair, can I go back to Board Member Tharp's comment?
Yes.
There's two, I just feel I need to say this because of the foundation supporting our kids, but there's 2 fundraisers that are currently going on by our foundation that you may want to participate in. One is they're selling raffle tickets. There's a bronze sculpture lady from Glendive, I wish I could remember her name, that has a mailbox with 3 dogs waiting at a mailbox. And the dogs look like Chef. And if you know the story of Chef, that means a lot to MSDB. So they're selling those raffle tickets. And if you're interested, I can get you those. The drawing will be the last day of school. And then the other one that is happening on May 2nd is they're inviting, they took a page from like what I get the Boy Scouts do, and inviting a lot of the corporations around Great Falls and the state to come in and just listen about what the foundation does, hoping that in the future when they do campaign drives, that they would know what the foundation does, what it supports. And so that's going on. And I know they've asked and reached out to, I think, McCall and Madeline, but I'll reach out to all of you. They're looking for servers for that day. And I know they've asked McCall and Madeline be servers. So if any of you would like to come on May 2nd and be servers for that foundation.
7 a.m.
It is
7 a.m. We do have rooms that you can stay in the night before. But that's another one that is the foundation's putting a lot of effort in. So just thought I should mention those. Sorry.
I'm sure McCall will make sure that they have permission to share. Okay, one final motion is related to the school calendar.
I move to approve the 23-24 MSDB school calendar.
There a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Board Member Rasmussen and seconded by Board Member Helena to approve the school calendar. Is there any board member discussion? Is there any public comments? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. Okay. Sure.
I forgot to ask you about May 2nd. Are there going to be students there?
Sorry, switch my mind. So Madam Chair and Board Member Headland, there will not be students in the breakfast. They'll be around campus, but that's also our spring concert day. And that's, the students will be getting ready for that. So if you do come up, I would encourage you to be able maybe to hang out with the school during the day and then go to the concert that afternoon. But
What time's the concert?
there two, one or two, I'll let you know. I can let McCall know and ask her, or Chris, to send it out.
Okay, I was just thinking if I could bring my student, maybe.
What's that?
I was thinking if I could bring my student, maybe
Yeah.
we could like. They
Yeah.
stick together. Okay.
And then the other date that you may be interested in is my phone's dead. Won't turn on, so excuse me looking at my computer, but the Easter formal dinner that everybody that you're all invited to, just let me.
March 26th, but I think we shared
Okay.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's on my calendar.
So March 26th, you're all invited to
What time is that?
5 o'clock.
I have two down.
Yes, so Paul, the next item that we have is, for the board to approve your contract of employment. This, contract that you have, which is on page 180, is very similar to last year. The dates have changed. There's a slight increase in compensation. And it is a one-year contract. And I don't know that I have that much more to say about it. Board member Rasmussen, are you ready to make a motion?
I have comment first.
Oh, okay. Well, why don't you put a?
Oh. I move to approve the 23-24 MSTV superintendent contract.
Okay, it's been moved by board member Rasmussen and seconded by board member Hammond to approve the contract for employment for the superintendent at MSDB. Is there a board member comment?
Yes, please. Why is it only 1 year?
We actually, I can answer that, and we actually had that conversation when the executive committee looked at a draft of the contract. I believe that we would be, so Mr. Berthmeyer is in his second full year. And we recently completed his first evaluation. So back in November, the board prepared his evaluation for the first year of being a full-time superintendent. And I think we would definitely be in a position next year to offer him a longer contract, but we talked about doing it in 1 year, ahead.
You mean you think that if you have a multi-year contract that you can't do evaluations?
No, I'm not saying that. I just thought we would renew it for 1 more year and then consider a longer term contract. And it may change the contract, so I think that's different.
I'd like
I
to
don't
see,
know what
I'd like to
yours-
see a rolling three-year contract.
Now,
Well, that's a topic for discussion for us, but I'd like to see a rolling 3-year contract.
okay, I think perhaps we would all be interested in that. But if we could approve his contract for today, I think we can take that on for next year.
I'd like to see it today.
Okay, sure.
Okay, all right, I'll behave myself and let you get by.
Well,
With the understanding that you understand that I really feel that you're, from what I see from your performance, that you should have a rolling 3-year contract.
So Madam Chair, can I address that?
Sure.
So thank you, and I honestly get that feeling from everybody around the board. I felt nothing but support from the board, so I feel that every year you'd approve my contract. That's just, I feel that we have, I'd appreciate more, but I'm fine with 1 because I know the work that I'll do for this board and the school and
But I know that you always have the opportunity to resign, but my reason for a rolling 3-year contract is to kind of give not only you, but your staff and everyone else some indication of our ongoing support and our ongoing confidence in you. And I think that provides that, perspective to everyone else, not just you, and to donors, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. For those people who are pleased with the things that you're doing to improve the school. So that's part of my reason why. if you can live with the 1-year contract until we have the ability to do a rolling, I'll live with it too. I won't like it.
I think it's important.
I think it's important for you to know.
The legislature.
Yeah, yeah, for everyone to know our level of confidence in you and to provide ongoing, it's not only security for you, which is nice. Don't get me wrong, I've been a superintendent, but it's also a really important signal to those people who work with you and partners that work with you, that about, the position that you're in. And I think that, and then of course, and that's be a rolling 3-year contract. So every year we would place the whole contract.
Well, I guess.
But there's a lot to do in that because you'd have to figure out compensation, or you could just put TBD, or whatever. I've had a whole
So
list.
I guess I would ask that we approve what's
This one.
before us today.
I made.
Promise. And then, as long as I'm board chair, we'll take it up for next year.
And as long as I'm your liaison.
I promise.
If I could just make a comment, yeah, and just speaking, along with member Rasmussen, I just want to say that, technically, yeah, it doesn't change a whole lot because you still can renegotiate and you still get evaluated each year. And so it would just change the term of the contract, but it does have a little bit more, maybe what we were talking about, like, that stability or that kind of feeling, so, I appreciate the work that you do and look forward to continue partnering.
Further board discussion? Board member Tharp.
Like I agree with Susie and Renee as a former superintendent as well. There's that, so it's a difference when you've got that 3 years. And and I think it's especially with everything that Paul is doing and with all of what his staff and getting that cohesiveness, I think it gives that intangible component of letting them know that we're on board with everything you do.
So I would put out the option that we could actually confirm your contract in May, but I think that we need to look at the writing on here and make sure we dot all the i's and cross the t's.
So Madam Chair, I'm fine, just so you know, where I'm fine with whatever. I'm waiting. I'm not looking for going anywhere. I never honestly thought about some of the points that were brought up as far as donors and things. I've always thought of it about myself and know I'm going to do a good job and things like that. But maybe the board might want to consider some of that I never even considered before.
So, board member Rasmussen, do you want to withdraw your motion?
I will withdraw my motion, Madam Chair.
We good with that? To then take this up in May?
It doesn't.
Yeah,
she
with a
have to-
revised, with a contract that moves to it per year. I'm not sure I understand the rolling part.
I'll
of
talk
it,
about
but, so how about we go with that?
Be good.
Can
Get
you-
on our campus.
Can you live with that?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
The
Because if
term
that's gonna-
ends July 1. So we
Yeah.
can do it in May.
If that's gonna create any angst for you at all, we'll do this right now, because I want no angst.
No, so Madam Chair, Board Member Rasmussen, I even forgot I was getting my contract. So- I saw, it, but I was not on my radar. Like I've said, I love my job. I'm not going nowhere. If
Thank
it
you.
takes to-
That's an excellent resolution. Your approach. Is there? Yeah, we have, it's 2 minutes. So. Last word, Paul, anything else you want to share?
No, I just, because Superintendent Arnson pointed it out, I've got new shoes. I mean, so I'm ready for the sprint for the next 3 years, so. It's kind of funny because I don't buy new shoes. It was funny that she noticed that. Today, so.
Thank you. And with that, we'll take a recess for lunch and we'll be back at 1 o'clock. Can you show us where We'll reconvene the Board of Public Ed for this afternoon, and I will turn the agenda over to, I'll turn it over to Susie Headland, Chair of our Licensure Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, and we are going to move into discussing our praxis test scores and reviews, our updating our tests and cut scores. So I would like to invite Crystal Andrews to take over.
Hello, good afternoon. Well, Chair Quinlan, Chair Headland, and members of the board, good to see you all today. My name is Crystal Andrews, spelled ANDREWS for the record. I'm the Director of Accreditation, Educator Preparation Programs and Licensure at the Office of Public Instruction. I'm here today to seek the approval of the recommended scores for 7 practice tests. As Christy Steinberg from the University of Montana and I shared, Montana's current practice tests in biology, general science, earth-based sciences, chemistry, physics, school counseling, and school librarian will expire and no longer be available after August 30th, 2023. It is why we need approval of the new tests and the minimum passing scores for each. On page 188 in your packet, you will see CISPAC's recommendation for the board to approve the test scores that align with the Montana Council of Dean's recommendation, along with the Praxis Working Committee and the expert panels. The test scores, once again, are biology. Let's make sure I get them right this time. 5236 with a score of 154. Broadfield Science 5436. A score of 141 with the reevaluating fall 2024. Earth and Space Science 5572 with a score of 154. Chemistry 5246 with a score of 146. Physics 5266 with a score of 145. School Counselor 5422 with a score of 159. And School Librarian 5312 with a score of 154 with a reevaluation in fall 2024. And that is what I have. We went through it in January, so I stand for any questions that the board may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Headland. I'm just wondering why the reevaluation in the 2 areas, reevaluation up or reevaluation down?
Madam Chair Quinlan and Board Member Rasmussen, it's to reevaluate the score, and for Broadfield Science, it would be to go up, and School Librarian would be to go up, especially School Librarian. Broadfield Science, it's just because it covers so many areas. They thought that test should have a higher score because it encompasses so much, the panel, the expert panel, but they were okay with waiting until the fall 24. And I think Christy shared that the reason to wait till fall 24 to reevaluate is so that we have data to actually look at, that they won't have as many taking the test this coming fall. So to wait a year to gather that data and see how it is.
Oh, so what's going to happen to, I get a score of 141 and woo, I passed my praxis, and 2 years later, it's a score of 143. Am I still okay?
Chair Quinlan and Board Member Rasmussen, yes, because you've already taken it, passed it, and you should have your endorsement.
Okay.
Other questions? Good afternoon, Crystal. So the school counselor score, and there's a note that follows it, test not required by a lengthy acronym, accredited programs of the University of Montana, Montana State University. Can you just tell us a little bit about why those people who have done for them and Montana State don't have?
Madam Chair Quinlan, so the test for school counselor is actually not a requirement for licensure within OPI either. So it's just having it as an option to have that practice exam, but it's not a requirement for licensure. So if the universities don't require it, that's probably why.
Okay. Thank you. Good questions. Any more questions from the board?
Because so why in the world would somebody want to pay the money and take a test if they don't have to?
Madam Chair Quinlan and Board Member Tharp, good question. I think, we can get into the talk of adding an endorsement now. And so having these as an option, if a teacher is teaching, say chemistry, and has that degree, has that endorsement, now, their school district needs a physics teacher. They don't have to go back to an EPP anymore. They can, if they have 2 years of experience and take the praxis in that area, then they will be able to get that endorsement. So
Initial licensure.
not
no,
needed.
But.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, and that's, the benefit of having that and having these practices updated is so that if people, and we are seeing many adding endorsement that way. Yes. So it's a positive thing. But I agree, if they don't have to pay the money to take the test, then don't, but it is a great option.
Crystal, does that also impact out of state folks coming in? Is that an avenue if they take their practice? Then does that also, would that be another reason why?
Madam Chair Quinlan and Chair Headland, yes, it's an option for out of state as well. If they have 2 years of experience and we verify that, that they're licensed with that 2 years of experience, they can add the endorsement with that route, 2 years and taking the praxis test with the Montana passing score.
Right. Thank you. Any other questions?
One more, a little tangential from the praxis test scores, but will your data system support being able to report to us on how many more endorsements we see making up for?
Madam Chair Quinlan, yes, and in fact, I had a meeting just this morning, and that was one of the topics, is getting you that information as we're adding them. So if you'd like, I could bring that to the May meeting or even get it to people prior to that, but it is something that we're working on because we are seeing quite a few. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to make a motion if there's no further questions.
Okay, back to you for a motion.
All right, I move to approve the ETS practice test review scores as presented and as recommended by the staff.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Board Member Helena and seconded by Board Member Slinger. That we approve the recommendations to the board of the praxis test and scores. Is there any board discussion? Is there any public comment? Any public comment online? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good to see you all.
Thank you. We get 5 minutes because it's time certain.
Oh my gosh.
You are. I'm really excited to hear this because that's actually what we wanted to happen. And I would like to know, kind of break it down into school size or anything like that. You know, to see if it's happening like All right, it's 1:15 and we have a time certain agenda item, the initial review of BPE case 2022-18 Gray Bill. And I'll leave it to the board member headline and turn it over to.
All right, thank you. We are ready to turn it over to you.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Many of you have not met me, but I've been counsel to the board for quite a while. And to my right is Chad Benisco, who came to our office in October with absolutely startlingly impressive credentials. And we in our office are thrilled to have him. And he is going to take over from me. Chad was an administrative law judge for years with the Department of Labor, and before that in private practice, has met lots of litigation experience and lots of experience in both the private and public sector. And most of all, has a very level head and great self-confidence. So he's just an amazing addition to our office, and I know he will be for the board as well. And today I'm here because I wanted to help him kind of see through these two matters. And so we have Gray Bill before the board. And this is at the posture of a review under Arm 1057-601B, where the Office of Public Instruction has sent a letter requesting revocation of his license because of the conduct that he engaged in, which OPI argues constitutes immoral conduct. And as you know, the determination today is whether there's sufficient cause to believe that professional misconduct occurred. And as far as I know, there has been no contact by Mr. Graybill with either Ms. Stockton or us. So we don't know if he has some sort of a response for you all, but we have OPI here. And was Rob gonna handle that, or, yeah, you guys, Rob is also working on the next case, the Dutt matter right now, but we need him to kind of shepherd through OPI's position.
You're on, Rob. I'm doing great.
My apologies. I was up in the other room.
All right, Rob, we'll turn it over to you to get us started on what OPI had to present on the Gray Bill.
Sure. This is the initial review of the Graybill license discipline action. Mr. Graybill was allegedly involved in some inappropriate communications with a student up in Luster. And when OPI became aware of that, we investigated, received information, and on the same day, November 15th, that we notified the board of the disciplinary request. We also summarily suspended Mr. Graybill's license because of those concerns about public health, safety, and welfare. And so this is the initial review. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them, but yeah, that's the overview.
Questions on the board?
You are satisfied with the investigation that's been completed?
We would not have filed for license disciplinary action if we weren't satisfied that that we should move forward to disciplinary action.
And to your knowledge, there's been no correspondence from Mr. Graybill.
We served Mr. Graybill via certified mail at the address we had for him in Leicester. We got the green card, the return receipt was returned unsigned. And so as far as we know, we haven't been able to reach him. We did some investigation to try to determine where he might be. We've got a local address here in Helena, but we've been attempting to serve him, but so far we've been unsuccessful. I believe that's also the same situation on BPE's attempt to serve him with notice that we had filed the disciplinary action.
Any further questions?
Thank you. For Rob, can you just elaborate, didn't we, at our last meeting, we moved this whole discussion to this meeting because we hadn't been able to reach him. So we added some time in here for him to actually respond.
Yeah, that's my understanding. And I don't know whether he's gotten any of the communications. I know that we haven't been able to verify that he has. And honestly, this has been a recurring situation where we're not able to track down licensees when there's a disciplinary action. So there was a piece of legislation that OPI supported that would try to update. It would require teachers to keep their address up to date. It would allow both OPI and BPE to send the notifications to that address of record. But in any event, that doesn't apply to this case. We cannot verify that he's received the information. He has been reported to NASDAQ because there was a summary suspension.
Thank you. And then for the reporting follow through, did you have anything to add to that, Chris? Have you had any correspondence or received any information?
Chair, Helena, members of the board, I have not spoken with Mr. Graybill. I did receive the green card back in the mail just last week, so it's taken a really long time. I don't know.
Signed or?
Yes, it was signed. And that was at the Helena address. So I don't know if that's something on part of the post office that is taking a long time to come back. We did receive it, just thought.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
All right, with no further questions, Ms. Orr.
If I may add something. It is important for the board to know what happened. In order to make this determination that professional misconduct occurred, at least as far as what is currently known. So the board members may want to ask about that. You have in the letter of correspondence, I guess, a text or an email with the student, but if Mr. Stutz knows something around those facts, I think it might be important for the board to hear.
So Mr. Stutz, could you provide us with a summary of what the investigation concluded to be immoral conduct?
Yeah, there were a series of text messages between this student at the school. So the school is a private school. It's just want to make sure I get it right. Leicester Christian High School. And that school has boarding facilities. One of the students was an out-of-state student boarding at the school. There are a series of text messages that we have indicating that teacher was encouraging the student to come over to the place to engage in activities. There was sexual innuendo. There was, I think, one of the text messages said from the teacher to the student, "I love you." Messages of that nature. The student isolated from family, right? Because they're a boarding student, isolated geographically in a very remote part of the state, went to the school administration, reported the situation, brought the evidence. The school administration sprung into action and isolated that teacher who lived on on-campus housing. And ultimately that teacher was terminated and removed from the school's housing.
So in a situation like this, I guess my first thought, of course, is, and I don't know that maybe I can speak to that, probably would have to be the school, but hopefully they provided some counseling and make sure that the student is doing okay and all of that was followed up on. I don't know that you can speak to any of that.
Well, what I can say is that the students' well-being was paramount concern for OPI, but also frankly, for the school, and credit to the school for really taking quick, decisive action to ensure that the situation was dealt with.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions from the board? Okay, Madam Chair.
Okay, back to you for a motion. Let me just, Ms. Orr, is there anything else that you would like to prompt the board on?
I'm, if you don't mind, I did have one question. The subsection of, under the rule of, the immoral conduct. And can I guess that you're referring to significant misuse of technology of electronic communication involving a minor? That's 1057-601. Excuse me. 1057-601A. 1F right here.
Yeah, I've got that. Yeah, although that subsection wasn't specifically addressed, that would be at a minimum one of the basis for a potential disciplinary action.
And that definition goes on. I can read it if you'd like. So definition of immoral conduct, 1057-601A, 1F, significant misuse of technology or electronic communication involving a minor or a person an applicant or licensee knows, reasonably should know, or should have known, is a student at a public or private elementary or secondary school, including but not limited to misuse of computers, cell phones, or other electronic devices.
Thank you for that elaboration. Back to you for a motion.
Okay, I recommend forwarding PPE case number 2022-18 Graybill to a contested case hearing. And then that would be on the grounds of 20-4-1101 and farm 1057-601A, as well as 20-4-1103B and 20-4-1105. And would you recommend I keep going, Ms. Orr, on the?
No, I think you
Okay,
covered it.
okay, thank you. So the main recommendation, the motion is I recommend forwarding PPE case number 2022-18 Graybill to a contested case hearing.
And is that a motion?
That's the final motion.
Okay, great. Great. It's been moved by Board Member Headland to move forward the BP case 2218 Very Bill to a contested hearing. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded by Board Member Keith. Is there board discussion? to public comment? Is there any public comment? Is there any public comment online? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. 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 Opposed, no. Motion carries. Thank you.
All right, on to item 10. I would like to turn this over to Ms. Orr in regards to and
Members of the board, chairman, I came and also Chad came to be aware of a position, I guess, of OPI regarding this, the procedural stature or status of this case. And it was just brought to our attention. And that is that from OPI's perspective, they may file a motion to this, they may want to dismiss this hearing today, and they can explain why. And I think I'm given to understand that Ms. Dutton wants to proceed with this hearing. And what I recommend is that we hear from OPI and regarding maybe moving to dismiss or going forward with the hearing and maybe reserving the taking of the evidence for a final determination, and I can explain that, but the glitch, as I understand it, is that Ms. Dutton actually hasn't technically applied for the endorsements that are the subject of today's hearing. And therefore there can't have been a denial, and therefore there can't have been an appeal. So it's one of those situations where it needs to kind of be resolved, and I think the best thing is to hear from the parties first on the procedural question of where we go. And then we can recommend, we can make a recommendation to you, and then you would decide how to proceed. Sound fair, Chad?
Sounds agreeable.
Okay, so I would recommend that you hear from OPI.
all right, thank you, Ms. Orr. Would that be you, Mr. Seth, then?
That would be.
Okay, please.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Rob Stutz, Chief Legal Counsel for OPI here in the Dutton appeal. And before we move to the merits of the appeal, I think that it's important to look at whether procedurally this appeal is properly before the board. It's my intention at a hearing to bring forward evidence that the application for the endorsements at issue there was never actually an application that was filed. And as a prerequisite for an appeal for this board's jurisdiction is the denial of a license or endorsement application. And specifically, I'm looking at the requirements in 20-4-110 subsection 7. Whenever the superintendent of public instruction denies the issuance or renewal of a teacher, administrator, or specialist certificate, the applicant may appeal, etc. And also under ARM 10-10.57.607 subsection 1, written notice of appeal from the decision of the superintendent of public instruction to deny issuance or renewal of an educator/specialist license must be submitted to the board, etc. And so I understand some of the confusion around this. It appears that everybody was a little bit confused about what was going on, but at the end of the day, OPI intends to bring forward evidence that there never actually was an application that was denied for the endorsements at issue. And so it's our intent to either make that motion at the outset here, or if the board prefers, mid-hearing after we're able to get that testimony into evidence, that there wasn't an application.
What questions from the board? Just to clarify for my what started this whole process was a request for a transcript analysis.
That's OPI's position, yes.
And follow-up question to that question. So when did it, when or how did it change into thinking that Ms. Dutton was requesting an endorsement?
OPI has never believed that she's applied for an endorsement. OPI, at least not for the two at issue. There are another two that were applied for that were granted by OPI, but the two at issue, there was a preliminary review and a response to that. But no, it's OPI's position that there never was an application for the two endorsements at issue.
And will you be walking us through that? Have you start talking?
I'm happy to walk you through it. It's based on evidence that I expect to provide to the board via testimony from all the parties. But I can explain what I anticipate will come out during the testimony. And that, in short, is that there was no application and thus no formal denial.
Yeah, Rob, you say there's no formal denial, but we've got a letter of October 13, 2022, signed by the state superintendent that specifically says that it's a denial if you have 30 days to appeal.
Yeah, and I can appreciate that confusion. That letter certainly doesn't help. That letter does refer to the statutes and the rules that I was referring to, which provide the basis for an appeal. And those statutes and rules, the ones I read, require a denial. And so what happened, the evidence will show, is that there was a transcript review, which is not something OPI is obligated to do, but in an attempt to assist Ms. Dutton, OPI did do a transcript analysis and let her know the results of that. That was put on a letter format that's typically used for denial of a license application, because it was uncommon for us to have that sort of customer service. We'll let you know in advance what we think of your transcript. I'll also note that the letter from the Board of Public Education to Ms. Dutton contains a similar misunderstanding. It refers to, and I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with that. I'm just saying that it refers to the denial of an application to add endorsements, when there in fact wasn't a denial of an application. And you can look to Ms. Dutton's appeal letter, which is also part of the exhibits, stipulated exhibits in this case, and it never actually refers to applying for a license or an endorsement and having that application denied.
All right, Ms. Ward, how would you recommend we
Sitting here, hearing the points that Mr. Stutz made, I think it's only fair to hear from Ms. Dutton as well. But I guess one way to approach this is to ask OPI if they want to make a standing motion to dismiss this case on the procedural grounds that OPI, Mr. Stutz has been describing. And then Ms. Dutton would have an opportunity to argue why that's not appropriate. The other way to handle this, which I think would be more unusual, would be to go ahead with the evidence that has been prepared today by Ms. Dutton and OPI, regarding what's in the record already. But the problem with that is it's not pursuant to anything arguably because there hasn't been an application and there hasn't been a denial technically. So I guess I would recommend, and Mr. Badisco, please pitch in, that this be an argument on a motion to dismiss. And then the board can decide whether to dismiss it, and if it is dismissed, that doesn't preclude Ms. Dutton from coming forward again, from making an application, getting the full review. I guess the transcript review is part of the analysis, but also OPI has to analyze the application. So that's what I recommend.
And I would concur with that. At this point, depending on the outcome of Mr. Studd's motion to dismiss, if that's how he proceeds. The board can make a determination at that point, but should it be determined that there is no actual denial of the issue, you would be having a hearing without any basis. So I concur with Ms. Orr.
I have a process question. I mean, we're used to board members making motions. I think we're maybe wearing a different hat right now, but who would be making the motion to dismiss?
OPI would.
And so we would receive that as a board and then go forward.
That would be my recommendation.
Just wanted to-
And then if I could add, then OPI would also explain the upshot of that regarding its letter saying they intend to deny the endorsements.
I just have a question on the information I was provided in the packet. I have this page right here that says, screenshot from add an endorsement application in Teach Montana MT. And it says that there was an application done. Can I see that application? Do you have the ability to print that application off? Because if there's an application that this says there was, then some party should have provided it in the packet. And I didn't see, or did I not, did I miss something? Was it in there? Was it not in there? Because it wasn't there?
No, I think Mr. Stubbs ready to answer. Mr. Stubbs?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Board Member Rasmussen, the exhibits include, as you pointed out, OPI Exhibit D. And that indicates that there was an application for English Language and Literature 512, and that there was an application for Family and Consumer Science 512. That was an application that OPI received, and OPI issued those endorsements.
Okay.
There are two other endorsements, and there's no screenshot of the application because there was no application. And so
there's nothing in your system for me to get a screenshot of, is that correct?
regarding the elementary education and the reading K-12.
Gotcha.
That's right. And I don't want to be clear, I don't want to testify. I'm prepared.
No, I'm just
prepared to have witness testify.
No. I'm just asking the question about information because I saw these and I didn't see the other two.
Yeah, there was an application for certain endorsements. Those are not an issue in this case.
Yes.
Although they are in evidence.
Yes, but there's no corresponding page that we could look at from the other two that are in question.
That's OPI's position. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Steph, are you going to make a motion?
Yeah, Madam Chair, members of the board, I move that this matter be dismissed for lack of subject matter jurisdiction under the statutes 20-4-110. subsection 7 and under ARM 10.57.607, because there was no application submitted for reading K-12 and elementary education K-8, and thus OPI did not deny that application, which is the factual basis necessary to establish this board's jurisdiction.
And, Madam Chairman, members of the board, this is a motion regarding the notice contested case. So it is before you. And I would suggest at this point, we hear from Ms. Dutton as to an initial response, and then allow each of the parties to provide their argument and any sort of factual underpinnings that they may have. Just a suggestion.
Okay.
All right.
So we don't need to do anything to acknowledge the motion that Mr. Stutz made.
I think at the end of this hearing on the motion, then the board would grant the motion or deny it. And if you deny it, then I guess you think that there's reason to go forward with this contested case hearing. Mr. Stutz is arguing a jurisdictional matter, which seems very substantive.
So at this point, I would call Ms. Dutton forward to hear her rationale.
Madam Chair, members of the Board of Public Education, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to present to you today. This is a last minute issue that I have not been able to prepare for. So I also don't have counsel. So I will do my best to respond to Mr. Stutz's claims regarding the jurisdiction here in this possibly contested case hearing.
Right there.
Yes.
Ms. Dutton, can we pause right there
Sure.
for 1 second? Or is it appropriate to go forward without her having opportunity to prepare or call her counsel?
Madam Chair, members of the board, I think that's entirely up to Ms. Dutton. And so if you want to go forward with this oral argument, by all means.
Thank you.
Is that
Yes, Madam Chair and Member Helena, I would like to move forward because my superintendent has given me a professional leave day, and I'm also not teaching my kids today. So this is really important that I move forward with this on this day. I don't want to miss another day of school over this.
Okay.
So from what I understand, I am responding to Mr. Stutz's motion at this time. Is that correct? Okay, so at the time of this issue, when I asked to be reviewed under the unusual cases administrative rule, the Teach Montana system, from what I understood from applying for my family consumer science and English language arts endorsements through the multiple pathways praxis, the Teach Montana system at that time could only receive one application at a time. I applied for my English language arts endorsement. I realized I could not apply for that family consumer sciences endorsement. So I reached out to the licensure office at OPI and inquired as to how to apply for that second license for which that second endorsement for which I passed the praxis. The response that was given was that the system only took one application at a time, and that the technician, I believe it was Becky Flanagan, she did something on the back end to add that second application. Okay. I inquired as to whether or not I needed to pay the additional fee for a second endorsement, and in my recollection, she said it was just one fee. So we moved on from there. She granted me my license. I printed it out. Everything worked out just fine. At the same time, my request to be reviewed for K-8 and K-12 reading specialist was in process. And is it appropriate, even though I'm responding to Mr. Stutz's motion, to identify some evidence from my evidence that has been submitted?
Madam Chair, I think what's relevant here is whether you have applied for the endorsement for the elementary K-8 or reading K-12. And I guess if you could address that question, if you actually applied, or if that was your understanding, or what happened.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair and members of the board, my understanding was that the two that I applied for through multiple pathways, passing the praxis, had been taken care of. And then I began to have correspondence with Crystal Andrews in the licensure office about what the next steps would be for me to be evaluated under that unusual cases administrative rule for K-8 elementary and K-12 reading specialists. And Ms. Andrews replied that that the committee would like to have my official transcripts, which I sent to the licensure office, and that the licensure committee would take up my case. And perhaps I was at fault for not double checking as to whether I needed to start new applications into the TMT system. That did not even cross my mind, to be quite honest with you, because I assumed that the licensure committee was giving me the instruction that I needed, the instructions that I needed to complete in order to have this unusual case review. I think that is probably all that I would like to share at this time.
Questions?
I have a question, but I'm not sure, not sure, but I would like to know the dates, the licensure, chapter 57 rules were finalized by the board in May 2022 and went into effect on July. No, they went into effect in May. Okay, I guess I would like to know what month in 2022 you were exchanging, making your application, that you were contacted by OPI for a licensure committee review. Did you say June?
Madam Chair, according to the email chain and the evidence that I have here, the month in which I corresponded with Ms. Andrews regarding this matter was, let's see, we began corresponding on Friday, June 3rd, 2022. So that was my initial inquiry into this matter. Then it was summer and people had vacations, and so there was a little bit of a delay, understandably. And then on August 9th, 2022, Crystal, Ms. Andrews responded to me now that the summer was kind of winding down and asked me to provide additional information, which would be that transcript review that Mr. Stutz and others had referred to. And yes, August 9th, that would be the date.
Keith, I don't know if this is appropriate for me to ask, but I'm gonna ask you. It's not appropriate. If we deny today and she applies for these endorsements, will she get them through OPI or will you deny them again and we'll be right back here with them?
Board Member Keith, it's my belief that in the absence of additional information that's not already been provided to OPI, that she would not qualify for the endorsements, even if she were to apply.
And that's based on an unofficial review of her transcripts.
That's based on the transcript review that we did as, yes.
It's just a nice concept. I've done this with OPI lots of times. Would you just take a look at this? Right. And they've always been really great about doing that for me. Okay.
Renee, can you put your hands down?
Oh, I'm
so I
sorry.
can hear you.
I apologize. I just said that, OPI has done that for me a number of times, lots of times, actually, as an unofficial review of transcripts, so we knew how to proceed with potential teachers. But based upon that unofficial review, you were saying that if there was no other information forthcoming, she would not qualify for additional endorsements, correct?
The review of Ms. Dutton's information was ongoing last year,
Okay.
and there were 2 endorsements that she did qualify for,
Yeah.
and she did apply for, and she did receive. And there were 2 additional endorsements that, with our unofficial transcript review, she did not appear to be qualified for, and she never applied for.
May I ask a question, Ms. Dutton?
Yes.
So do you believe that you did not apply for them? It sounded like you thought you had applied for them, but technically you may have not officially applied for them to the teacher.
Madam Chair, Member Hedlund, that is correct. At the time, again, at the time, the TMT system would only accept 1 application at a time. I understand from Mr. Stutz that has since been rectified. However, at the time, there was no option for me to apply for a 3rd and a 4th endorsement. I do see that on November 1st, 2022. No, I'm sorry. Apologize. Oh, pardon me. I see on September 10th, 2022. This is my exhibit 1, page 6. Says I have ordered my official transcripts for my PhD at Arizona State. I've attached documentation to this email organized in 2 ways, aligned to chapter 58 and by number and type of credits. I'm simultaneously applying for 4 endorsements. I completed the TMT application for English. It appears that I cannot submit an additional applications if one is in process. I'll call tech support on Monday to see if I have the ability to submit additional applications while one is in process. And then I recall that Becky Flanagan just fixed the back end and granted me that ELA and the FCS endorsement in the system. I apparently did not follow up with asking to start new applications. So I think that, I mean, what Mr. Stutz is saying is factual. But I would ask the board to consider this to be more of a technical issue than anything. And the technical issue was with the TMT system at the time. Then the ball just kept rolling, and we received a denial letter signed by Superintendent Arnson, and a notice that I was able to appeal to BPE, and then BPE has sent me the notice of appeal letter. So I assumed that everything was salient and just rolling along at that time.
Ms. Dutton, on what basis did you understand you were being denied for, or you were missing from the K-8, the reading endorsement?
Yes, Madam Chair, Board Member Hedlund,
Yeah, elementary K and the reading K-12.
Madam Chair, Board Member Hedlund, that would be in my Exhibit 6, OPI denial letter.
Okay.
And as Mr. Stutz indicated, it was, that letter was sent to me apparently on a boilerplate type template, and clearly indicates that that I was denied.
Because, okay, so you were denied because of not having these courses.
Yes, Madam Chair, Member Hedlund. In my Exhibit 6, it appears that the basis for the determination that I do not meet the requirements was that with this transcript analysis, the licensure committee accepted approximately 15 of dozens of credits that I have in literacy. And 18 undergraduate credits in a minor are required for a reading specialist. And then for elementary, 9 acceptable credits out of my dozens of education credits across my 3 degrees.
Member K, Mr. Stubbs, this is to you on that October 12th letter from OPI Crystal Andrews to Ms. Dutton. The very last sentence says a formal denial letter will follow with the rules and appeal process included. So OPI is saying we are formally denying this. And she has to appeal it, but then you're saying that it never happened. A denial never happened.
No, I'm not saying that denial never happened. I'm saying that an application never happened. And so what OPI was dealing with, we've got testimony to this effect, was ongoing request over a number of months, over a number of fields to review the information to see whether additional endorsements may be available. And so it started off in the spring, and when it was clear that would be beneficial to wait till after the rule change, then it proceeded again through the summer into September, when it was first recognized that there were 2 endorsements for which Ms. Dutton was clearly qualified. That application for those 2 endorsements with some hiccups, but nonetheless, it went forward, and ultimately those endorsements were granted. the analysis of the other two, the two that are at issue here, ultimately resulted in a determination informally that the transcripts didn't provide the basis for those endorsements. There was a discussion about whether they qualified as an unusual case. I should note for the record that there's no application process as an unusual case. You apply for an endorsement based on the credential requirements in the rule. The Office of Public Instruction can consider whether there's something unusual about the application, but there's no application process as an unusual case. And so nonetheless, OPI did consider both the information and whether it might potentially be an unusual case, and found it lacking and notified Ms. Dutton of that. I do acknowledge that the template letters don't match the situation very well, because without an application, the denial is informal, right? That being said, there wasn't an application, and that's the basis of the motion to dismiss. And a quick review, frankly, of both the statute and the rule cited in the letter would indicate that that there has to be a denial of that license request.
I find this extremely disappointing and distasteful that Ms. Dutton has taken her time away from work and her students to be here. And that this letter dated 5 months ago makes it very clear that there was a formal denial, cited all sorts of MCA and ARM, and outlines an appeals process to bring this to the Montana Board of Public Education. And now 5 months later, we're saying, oh, but there was no application, so there's nothing to deny, when it's very clear that it was denied by the OPI, signed by the state superintendent. And I find it, with all due respect to the 3 attorneys at the table, we're splitting hairs to say, oh, oops, there was no actual application. Whether there's an application or not, she was denied in an extremely formal manner, outlining her process to appeal. And somebody screwed up in a major way. And now Ms. Dutton is going to need to take another day off of work, and how many more months? And this was 5 months ago. And this board didn't find out about this until an hour ago. Why was this not figured out anytime over the previous 5 months? Oops, there was no application. Somebody dropped the ball, and we got to do better.
May I respond to that?
Yeah, Mr. Stud.
So in the in a licensure case, for example, we just saw this with the initial review we did on the Graybill matter. There's a back and forth process that allows for a formal response. License discipline action in a licensure appeal like this, the board's rules don't specifically provide for like a briefing period. In fact, it would have been better had this come up earlier. I acknowledge that, but nonetheless, because it's a jurisdictional issue, OPI believes that the board should address this matter as to whether it can even hear this case. I just wanted to point out there's a different process that provides for more pre-hearing back and forth in a disciplinary matter than there does in a licensure matter.
I'm going to agree with Mr. Tharp that this is all around disappointing. Ms. Dutton, I just looked at your exhibit 1 again. And specifically the page 4 that's dated Tuesday, August 9th. And after point 2, it very clearly says, you will have to start a new application in TMT for reading 12 and include your transcripts. Please let us know if you have any questions. Okay, very clearly says that. Now, I know what summer is like. I honestly and truthfully do. And I know what happens when people go on vacation. And I want to say that this is not pretty because there was plenty of fault, in my opinion, on both sides to go around. Okay, I am not happy at all with the fact that this that was sent August 9th by Ms. Andrews was not the reason for the following communications with you. It should have been, this is really nice. We're glad to kindly review this for you. Nothing is formal because you have no application. Should have been all your letters. I don't know why in the world it wasn't. That is absolutely non-acceptable. But it is clear to me that on August 9th, you were asked to put in a new application. Do you agree with me?
Madam Chair, Board
Yes.
Member Rasmussen, yes, I do.
And so I don't see anywhere. That's why I asked about this other one. Where's the sheet that goes with this? That's why I asked for it. Because if you would have put it in a new application, I knew that this was the ones you were given. There should have been a sheet like that. So okay, that's where I stand, but I am not here. Licensure is incredibly important, not only for, now I'm gonna get a high horse only for 30 seconds, maybe 45. I'll try to make it short. Licensure is extremely important for school districts. They have to be able to count on the people that they think are going to be able to have those endorsements to have them. And if they're denied, to have them denied in a proper way so that people can move forward. This is not acceptable. This is also your livelihood, and that's not acceptable either. Okay, in any way, shape, or form. So I'm very disappointed all the way around. But I apologize, Ms. Dutton. I don't think we have anything to deny.
Are you complete there?
I'm done. Was it a minute? I apologize.
And this question I directed, Ms. Orr. So if a board member thought that, that even if we, well, if we disagreed with the motion to dismiss, because we can see that what would play out is, then it, basically, we will put Ms. Dutton in the place of having to go through a bunch of hoops, and we'll take her back to being in front of the board again because OPI has denied. As looking at this as an unusual case,
yeah,
from OPI's point of view, that they will deny that. Then she'll be back in front of the board as an appeal. And if we want to cut all that short, is it appropriate today to deny the motion to dismiss and for us to hear her case for why she thinks she's qualified to get the and proceed as if we're dealing with the denial of endorsements?
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm sitting here thinking of what alternatives could occur. And one is that the board determined not to decide the motion to dismiss until after this hearing. But you do have in that way, Ms. Dutton will have accomplished what she set out to do today. She may find out from you that the process isn't going to reap a benefit for her, and she may not apply. Or alternatively, that it would, and she could apply to complete the process. But I think you can have a hearing and then hold out and reserve what its significance is. It's very, very unusual to do that. But given the fact that she's here and she's taking a day off, that could be a possibility, that you reserve your decision on the motion to dismiss until the end of this hearing. But I would say if you went forward and decided that despite the motion to dismiss and despite the failure to apply, that she in essence, for example, should be given the endorsements after this hearing, OPI would have a basis to challenge that. And just so you all know, they would have a basis to challenge that on the back, on the basis of lack of jurisdiction.
Madam Chair, members of the board, if I might add, one of the issues with an agency acting in a quasi judicial capacity, as we do here, is that your jurisdiction is entirely conferred by constitutional statute. So you cannot create your own jurisdiction. You are limited by what is set forth.
So either way, the debt would have to apply no matter what. Apply and go through the process again with OPI, no matter what the outcome is today, correct?
I believe that depends on the board's decision with regard to Mr. Stutz's motion.
Okay,
Madam Chair,
Mr. Scott.
if it would help the board, we can, for the limited evidentiary purpose of the motion to dismiss, we can put one of OPI's witnesses under oath and just ask them whether, based on the information they have, an application would make a difference in, versus the transcript review. I don't think that it would, but if you would prefer to have testimony about that, we could, we've got the witnesses here.
Okay, and the other thought I had was if it'd be helpful to understand why it would not be an unusual case. But either way, I don't know if that's gonna change that outcome. So if we want to have any board member comments on what your thoughts are, Mr. Clark.
I guess, Mr. Stuff is exactly right, Ms. Orr is saying, we have no jurisdiction over this because there is no application. My earlier rant is because the agency messed up in the situation. And we're in a situation now where there's not a thing that we can do about it. We don't have jurisdiction. If we move forward, all we're doing is setting ourselves up for an appeal with cause. And with that in mind, I would make a motion to accept the motion of Mr. Stuff.
There's a motion on the floor to accept the motion of Mr. Stutz to dismiss. Is there a second? And it's been seconded. It's been moved by board member Clark and seconded by board member Slinger. Is there board discussion? Board member Rasmussen.
I think we're in a conundrum. I really mean that. We're in a conundrum. We're caught. And unfortunately, not everything goes one way, as I pointed out. I don't see any way forward for us with this. I would like to also take the opportunity to recognize that OPI does a tremendous job in doing a courtesy review of things before you get too far down the road and pay your $30 kind of thing. And they've done that for me numerous times. I think that's a great thing. Because I know the process as a superintendent was always real clear about what was going on. But perhaps that needs to be a little clearer when you're doing that wonderful thing for people who are applying. And I personally want to say, I'm sorry, as from a superintendent point of view, as someone who would maybe hire you, I'm sorry for the confusion here. I'm sorry you did not have someone, a practitioner to better guide you. It's the fault that you're in higher education. That's the whole problem right there. I'm just going to tell you. But I encourage you to look at the new endorsement pathways that we have created and to see if that fits there. If it does not, to see what you can do to fit there. And that's my wish for you.
Further board discussion.
Thanks for coming before us and appreciate all the great work that you do in education and that you've done. I've enjoyed working with you and you have many endorsement and an incredible resume. Glad you're part of our education system and hope that we can all work together with OPI and move forward. So thanks for your time today. away from the
Any further board comment? Any public comment? Okay, seeing none, all in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Thank you, Ms. Dutton, for being here today, and I join the other board members in apologizing for difficult situation that you're in.
If I may make a point of personal privilege. Okay. So first of all, thank you very much. This was a quite curveball, and I hope that the board and OPI and, of course, myself, we've all learned from this situation. So tomorrow, my 12th grade government class and I, we're gonna watch this. Because this is a case study, right? It really is, this is, I've been telling, we have 4 seniors, 4 boys. That's our graduating class this year at Harrison. And I've been telling them all about this for the entire time it's been going on. Going through the evidence, understanding administrative rule, just really trying to make it a case study. That being said, I won't be back. This has taken a lot of time and effort, and I have 4 endorsements, and I intend to get more through multiple pathways. It will not be reading specialist or K. We are losing, last year, 7 of 13 of us were new in our staff. This year, we're losing 6. There is no guarantee that we're going to be able to find that upper elementary teacher. I do believe that I am qualified and I will not be able to help my school. And I'd like to thank you for your time. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think we'll take a 10-minute break. And thank you.
She does, she gets. Nothing wrong with that page. Oh, yeah, I got all my check. I wish I had one. We're ready.
Thank you. Take up the agenda now with the Macy liaison. I'll hand it back to Vice Chair.
All right. Thank you. I'm excited to talk about Macy today. We had an excellent Macy meeting recently. And I will let George fill you in on the details of how that went. But I am really excited about our upcoming Macy meeting because we are going to be in Billings. And we are going to join the Tribal Youth Leadership Conference in the first week of April, actually, right here. It is NSU Billings, April 4th through 6th. So our Macy meeting will be on April 4th, and then we can jump into and they're inviting us to join that Tribal Youth Conference. So really excited about that. And at this point, I'll turn it over to Jordan to take it away.
Hello. I was going to say good afternoon, but instead I'm amending that and I will say here's to an even better afternoon. How about that? All right, yeah. So thank you, Susie. Yeah, we had a really great meeting back in March, and I'm so excited that we will have our first in-person meeting of the year on April 4th in Billings. So that'll be really exciting. I did make a motion. I asked that in-person meeting be changed to a working session just because we will all be together. And I think that that's probably a better use of our time, but we're really excited to all be together. Also excited, several of us are presenting next week at the Office of Public Instruction Best Practices Conference. And so I will be in the Helena area presenting, and I just wanted to share with Mr. Tharp that there is another individual that will be presenting at Best Practices, and this individual is actually a former student of mine when I was doing my student teaching. She is now going to be presenting at the IFA Best Practices, and so it's just fun to see that come full circle. And then we have, oh, sorry, what? Okay. And then what I'm bringing forth today is your approval of our tribal colleges representative. So you should have a biography for Corey Sangre Billy. She is the president of Stone Child College.
All right, thank you. And you guys have the biography, I believe. We are on page 192. And would you like me to go forward with reading that, or hold up with them to take a look at it? Okay. All right, I'm prepared to make a motion then. That's you for a motion. All right. I move to approve the nomination for Macy for Tori L. Sangre Billy from the Tribal College representative to me, or the Tribal College representative to me.
Is there a second? It's been moved by Board Member Hedlund and seconded by Board Member Hammond to approve Corey L. Sangre Billy for the position on Macy representing the tribal colleges. Is there board discussion?
I just want to say, and McCall can also speak to this, that the tribal colleges went through a process for this and took in different applications and then selected their representatives. So I appreciate that there was multiple applicants that threw their name in the hat, and that the tribal colleges felt it important and took it on to nominate the person that they felt was best suited at this type of work with us. So I'm excited to get to know Corey and meet her at our meeting if the board is willing to move forward.
Other board discussion, Dr. McLean?
Madam Chair, members of the board. The nominee is a member of our AMA council, and our office, our campuses work very well with her. And she is a student's first type of a leader, and I think that she's going to be a strong voice not only for the tribal colleges, but really for post-secondary and for all students across the state. So I congratulate her on her nomination and look forward to, I think, what will be pretty easy vote on this. But congratulations to her.
Thanks for your information.
Other board discussion on the motion? Any public comment? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Back to you for.
All right. Thank you. And that's all that I have. Do you have anything more to share, Jordan?
Nope, that's it.
Would you mind sharing just the details on the best practices conference next week for anyone online or in our audience that doesn't know?
Sure. So every year, the Office of Public Instruction's Indian Education Department hosts what they call the IFA, Indian Education for All Best Practices Conference. And really, it's an great information share. Folks from all over the state, primarily educators, but also community members and administrators as well, convene together and do great training sessions, breakout sessions. And not only is it an information share, I think it's just really great to have that community capacity building and be able to converse with and share ideas with fellow IFA instructors and educators who are so dedicated to that facet of our public education system.
Thank you so much. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you
Appreciate
so
it.
much for
Sorry
having me. Here's to a better afternoon, everybody.
Thank you. All right, Madam Chair, back to you.
All right. Our final item for the afternoon is the presentation on MUS Sprint degrees. And I'll turn over. Hello. Sorry. So why don't you introduce yourself to our board and proceed with your presentation?
Thank you.
I can share my screen.
Or I have it on my computer too, whatever.
I have it right up here. So we just do that.
I should have asked you that at the break.
That's okay.
Well, I will get started, especially since I'm the thing that standing between you and the end of your day. But certainly, good afternoon, Madam Chair, board members. For those of you that I haven't met, my name is Ann Stuhl King, Angela. My mother was here. But I work at the Office of the Commissioner of Higher Education, particularly in the Academic Research Student Affairs Division as their operations and special projects, which I fondly called duties as assigned position. Yes, which is great. But one of those, often what happens is we have regents that come to the table with interesting new ideas, things that they have heard, whether through their constituencies or the communities that they come from, that are interested in talking about a new idea, trying a new concept. And that happened a little over a year ago. We had a regent that approached the office who was very interested in thinking about what it would look like if we could redesign degree programs, particularly in a way that would lower costs to students. And this was, handed down to the person of duties as assigned. So I took this charge really seriously, partially coming off of a recent WICHE meeting where they were sharing some data about the two main reasons that students often don't enroll in post-secondary options are a perceived understanding of cost of attendance
The second being an unknown factor of how their college degree will lead to a career. And alongside that, and you can see on your screen and also through this, there was a report released by the University Innovation Alliance alongside with the research company ECMC, which was a national search, certainly not specific to Montana, but was really looking at students and their perceptions of college, especially related to how it relates to their entrance into the workforce, into careers. And really all of that kind of culminated together of, we have some new information, we have a regent that's really interested, and sort of that all morphed into what we'll talk about today, which is the MUS sprint degrees. And really what the sprint degrees are at their most basic function is truly just accelerated degree programs that are designed to support Montana students and Montana's economy. And you can see on the next slide, we've sort of structured these around 4, I guess, main pillars, and that is workforce development, industry partnership, value of degree, and time to completion. And if I take a second just to explain these a little bit more. So intentional workforce development, so providing clear pathways for Montana students and their families to understanding what in-demand workforce opportunities are in Montana. By knowing that, making intentional industry connections with employers that hire those demand career fields and bringing them into the fold as we create different or restructured degree programming, fostering a really clear link between the value of the degree that they receive and what that degree can do for them. So understanding that return on investment, and then time to completion. And this is a big part given the title of sprint, but it's certainly creating high quality accelerated programs. So on the next slide, really what we're trying to accomplish out of this pilot, and I want to emphasize that word, this is a pilot program. And I'll walk through the timeline here in just a minute, but it is something that we're testing, and we're just going to see how this happens and what the results of this are. But things that we're looking at are, how can we make the MUS as accessible as possible to all Montana students? So I don't think it's a secret to this room. I think it's fair to say that higher ed has sort of always operated under a pretty typical timeline of a fall semester calendar. And I think for a lot of students, that's great. The way that it's structured, by allowing students to really grow and experience different parts is fine. But we also know there's a segment of students that may not have the access to that sort of timeline may not be available to them, and or just may not be of interest. And so we're thinking about, if we do something a little different, maybe this is really opening some doors to some other students who may not want what we would classify as a typical college experience. 2 is really, how can we produce more graduates in high demand areas in a much faster way? So you'll see we are choosing to focus this pilot in healthcare. I think most healthcare industries across the state would say they need people yesterday. And so how can we really help meet those workforce demands? And how can we line up our curriculum with industry? And that kind of folds 3 and 4 together, but can we provide more flexible learning options? Can we provide work-based learning alongside classroom experience so that students are getting, again, that partnership and that understanding of college and career as they fit together? Now move on to the next slide. So how is this different? And these are, I think, the main reasons. Really, one is timeline. These are not on a typical timeline. They're certainly accelerated. And our goal here is sort of multifold. So we want to keep students on a streamlined path. Sometimes you'll hear students say like college is a buffet line, and some students really like that, being able to take classes in different interest areas, where some students feel very overwhelmed and anxious about that opportunity. So these students will all form a cohort model. They will take a predetermined set of courses to get them through on a streamlined path. The timeline is also condensed by, instead of having a semester format, we're going to a year-round calendar. So we'll still do them in semesters to break up courses, but rather than taking a summer off, this brings that into the fold. So students will go fall, spring, or fall, summer, fall, etc. And the reason for that really is academic momentum. So the same reason that we encourage students to be full-time so that they can complete, feel a sense of momentum with their academic program, we're hoping the same will happen by minimizing the transition time between semesters. And ultimately, and you'll see this sort of as the tagline, but it allows students to complete their degree faster and enter the workforce sooner. A second part is commitments. As you could imagine with a more structured degree plan, certainly, is that there are some boundaries. And we, rather than calling them commitments, are sort of, or rather than calling them boundaries, we're talking about these as commitments. And those are really coming as campus commitments to these degrees, which we'll talk about here in a second, student commitments, and then industry commitments. The third is education as your job. So as I was working with campuses to really structure this out, it sort of dawned on me, like we're asking students to really think about this as their job. And because of that commitment, we're helping support them financially in different ways. But is really kind of going back to that main goal of, if we can help them see this as a career pathway, let's treat it as a career pathway as they're going to school. So get them comfortable with, I'm going to go to work every day. I'm going to go to school every day. This is my 8 to 5, etc. And the last thing, and I sort of touched on this in the beginning, but a big focus here is really being able to clearly communicate to students what the cost is. So understanding what the cost to attend higher ed. And two, being able to provide a really clear understanding of how their degree will lead to a career. Oh, yes.
Could I ask you a question?
Sure.
I know that, this is wonderful, but I know that when you apply for, fill out your FAFSA, it's basically based upon 2 semesters, and maybe there's a little bit of money left over for summer school. So how does that fit in with this?
Yeah, great question. So, this is good. We'll just jump forward a little bit. So part of Sprint Degrees is that we are partnering them with industry. A lot of this has been brought forward by industry as well, and we're asking them to have a seat at the table. And I hate to use the term skin in the game, I don't know why, but it's sort of industry skin in the game for students. If we're helping them build a pipeline, which is sort of our goal for them, but also for students, is we're asking them to sponsor students to pay for particularly summer semesters and other pieces. But you're right, cost is certainly the way costs are structured are certainly something to think about. Just to jump back in, but what it is not, and I put this slide up here just based on some of these conversations we've had about Sprint. These questions come up a lot, so I just wanted to kind of address them. These are a restructuring, so it's not totally safe to say they're not, but they are restructured in a way to be intentional for workforce needs. We have campuses across the state who do a great job of just shortening timelines for students, but these are shortened in a way to specific or intentionally pinpointed for in-demand careers. I think the second one is, and the third are really important. So these are not relying on dual enrollment or prior learning assessment or having a lot of previous hours in a certain industry. We wanted to make these available to all students. And then last, and this has come up a lot, is, if we accelerate these programs, are they less valuable? And the truth of the matter is it's the same coursework, just done at an accelerated rate. They're all still provided the same accreditation advantages. So I guess my answer would be like they are certainly of equal value, just in an accelerated format. The other thing to note too is that we will continue to offer the programs in their traditional form for students who want to take a more traditional pathway. But on our next slide, so when we talk about student commitments, so students, we want them to know upfront that by choosing to be in a Sprint program, there are certain limitations. Students have to take and pass the required coursework. So like I mentioned earlier,
if a student was interested in minoring in French or something, or adding a double major, that would, which is fine, they're still eligible for that, they're just removed off the sprint track. And really that's because we are accelerating the timeline. And by accelerating, I mean, we're taking an associate's degree in half to complete. We're looking at taking a 4-year bachelor's degree down to about 2.5 years. So being able to get students through in that amount of time requires they take a pre-described set of courses. They will be required to meet with a mentor, advisor, student coach at a much more frequently than maybe our typical students do, based on the rigor of the coursework and the intensity that it comes. They need to do financial documents, and really their goal, I mean, our main goal for them is simply to complete these programs. I think the next one is campuses. Campuses are providing priority registration for these students to make sure their cohort can get through that prescribed coursework. They're providing the coach. The biggest lift here, honestly, is a redesign of academic programs. And a lot of that is coming from having to offer a lot more courses in different ways in the summer semesters. So thinking about how we can do that differently. And lastly, Sprint really works because our campuses are connecting with industry partners in their communities. And the industry support, this is probably Sprint's most unique factor. Industry in these areas are helping provide tuition support for students. They're providing priority clinical placement. For some of them, that is offering conditional employment. So if a student signs on with an employer, they successfully complete, that employer agrees to employ them at the end of that program. And mentorship and coaching, similar to what we know is a best practice of advising on a campus, having an employer industry mentor, we think will go a long way in supporting students with their completion as well. So then you can see the student outcomes, and I'm just thinking about time here, but really it is to provide students with career, financial, and academic supports to get them through. And then the next one is employer outcomes. And how we talk about this with industry is that it's really thinking about their pipeline and their relationships with MUS institutions. Just sort of an anecdote, but you know, when we were talking with hospitals in the Billings area, a lot of times we heard words like, we're having to coach employees from other healthcare industries. We are having to offer signing bonuses up to $20,000 to try to get people to come from out of state. We are trying to convince people to work excessive hours. We are pulling nurses to try to fill other areas, and which nothing sounds really positive in any of those phrases. And so really this is where we're encouraging them to become part of this and to help pay for students as part of the process. The next, who is this for? Again, just this is really designed for Montana students, and that could be an adult learner. It could be somebody who's already gone through education, it could be a high school student. I hope that everybody feels like there is something there for them. Next is our timeline. Was it? Oh, sorry. Okay. Really quick, I'll touch on the 3 programs. We have 2 associate programs, one in paramedic and one in surgical technology. The paramedic program reduces the time from 2 years to 1. It's a flexible modality. So for some students who are based in the Billings area, they can take face-to-face. Those that maybe more regionally located are able to do that program online. Surgical technology is a partnership. It's actually a Great Falls College program, but they're going to offer it at a distance in Billings in partnership with City College. That program, depending on a student's prerequisites, is typically anywhere from 2 to 2.5 years. This will shorten it to 18 months. And the 4th program is human services, which is really the track for students who are interested in behavioral health. Or doing licensed addiction counseling, management, or those who have an interest in going on to be licensed social workers, etc.
Board member Keating, how did you start with those specific?
Great question. Kind of in two different tracks. One was certainly more grassroots on the side of the campus. this. So when we got this idea from a regent, we brought it to a campus who we thought was looking for, who's been really innovative and open to some changes. And said, we're thinking about doing this. What are your thoughts? And that's where some of the programs came from. The second track was we met with Billings Clinic and St. Vincent's in Billings and said, if we were going to be able to offer an accelerated pilot, what were the areas that you would want to see? And that's where they came from. So this is our timeline. It is a pretty aggressive timeline, I would say, an ambitious one. Hats off to the campuses for really helping make this a reality. Designing degrees in less than a year it's been an exciting thing to work on. And so we're in the recruitment stage right now, is helping fill that cohort, getting the word out, particularly in the Billings area. These certainly don't have to be Billings students, but just given, we just thought maybe that would be a great place to start, right now, to be honest. But summer coursework will start in June for these students, so that students can finish high school and then start right into the coursework. And then we'll move from there. Part of this has been a big marketing campaign as something that's never happened and is brand new. So if anybody is around Billings, you might have seen this or heard some of the radio, TV ads that are going as part of it. But really focusing again on you're able to learn at a faster rate to enter the career and the workforce a little bit sooner. And all this leads to our last slide, I believe, is that a picture of one of the landing pages off the website, where students can learn more and receive more information. I feel like I took way more than 15 minutes, and I apologize for that, Chris, but I'm happy to stand for any questions or anything you might.
I have a question for you. First of all, I think your posters for your marketing campaign are very compelling. About people in action and engaged in their work. I also wanted to ask you, what foundation already existed in Billings for supporting healthcare programs here? I don't know whether they have a nursing school there, and so how much did you have to augment what was already there?
Madam Chair, thank you for the question. All of these programs have already existed, and in their typical formats. In addition to City College has a handful of other allied health programs, Rad Tech. They also have more on the human services side, social work programs. So these programs exist and they will continue to exist there alongside the sprint option. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I guess the follow-up on that would be, there are embedded degrees programs where students can't pay, of course, it's not available every semester, so they have to wait through that. So you must be able to ensure that you can accelerate that every course is going to be available of the sequence in the sequence. So can you just talk about your challenges related to that?
And absolutely, you're right. I think what we've known is there not only is sequencing a challenge, but things like prerequisites are a challenge. So if a student has to take a prereq and they are condensed to a semester and they struggle with one of those classes, maybe it's offered in that next semester where they have to retake it. But most of our students who are in more competitive health programs are unable to move forward in programming until certain prerequisites are met. And so what we're trying to do here, and the campuses have been very creative about this, is, how can we stagger prereqs in a way that allows for maybe more student success, allows them an opportunity, not necessarily to fail, but to have a safety net to be able to move forward without feeling like I have to sit out for an entire year. Part of this is, how can we scholarship package them away that if they only need to take maybe 12 semesters or 9 semesters at different times, based on what they've already taken, how can we continue to support them? But the last thing is, and this was a call I just had earlier this week, was making sure that we're offering certain class a summer, fall, and a spring in a way that maybe we've only offered it in the fall. And you know, how are we gonna be able to do that? And I think they've come up with, you know, we have a solution for sprint. And I think, you know, not to be like an education research nerd, but I think there's a lot of assessment and things that we will learn as part of this process. While that's not really the main goal here, the goal is to really help students find career pathways and help Montana industry have a good workforce. But I think we will learn like what happens when we're able to offer A&P all 3 semesters or whatever it may be that might have originally been maybe seen as a barrier.
There comments, Dr. Clark?
I've got a question for Ms. Kagan, one for Dr. McLean. How many credits are they pounding in at one time?
Great question. It depends on the program. For example, search check students will tap out around 15 to 16 hours, so pretty typical. Our heaviest load is on the human services side at I think 18 hours. And really, it's a lot of credits, and I don't want to, you know, anytime that you're taking upper division coursework with that many, it's a challenge for the student, and I don't want to like say that it's a breeze by any means, but really what makes this doable is the full-time course load in the summer. So if you're thinking about, rather than I can have to take 30 credits to get through full-time in a typical year, you can have 45. It moves your timeline along.
Dr. McLean, are you looking at, I'm sure you must be good considering what other areas? I mean, I love the 3 areas you picked. I mean, that's, you've got your industry buy-in, you've got that huge demand. One of my other gigs, I work at the City Health Center, and I always getting opportunities for recruitment, and so the nursing demand and all those areas are such high demand. What other areas are you looking at that once you get beyond this? Is OG looking at 4? Or either one of you?
Sure, and thank you for the question. I apologize. I don't. I think first of all, we need to make sure that this works, right? And I think we'll assess that through the pilot. Should it? And I think we're really hopeful that it will. Absolutely. I think not only could this be expanded in program areas, but certainly should be expanded across the state. And the other reality is that I think to me, sprint degrees should really fall in something more of I think my boss used to say the word portfolio, because these should be like kind of flexible models that we can open and close as industry adapts and as industry needs change. What we might need, you know, yesterday, right now, could look very different in 2 years. And so how can we think about models within our campuses to stand up programs so that we can make a 2.5-year bachelor's degree, not overnight, but while using projected labor and industry models to know what we need more of. And feel free to jump in, Dr.
Board Member Helena, and then Board Member Rasmussen.
Thank you. I would just like to recommend a speech paths and school psychologists. I'm excited about the behavioral health though. And then I was also, one of my questions or thoughts, and thank you for that incredible presentation, well worth the time, was an online, so I'm guessing these students have to be on campus, is that correct?
Yes and no. So for paramedic, for example, it could be fully online with some intensive weekends and billings.
Okay.
Human services has the option to be a high flex, so it could be in person, could be online. Some of it comes down to whether or not the programs have a clinical requirement, what that looks like. And one thing we know from industry is we have to have clinical space for them. And so that's also the industry requirement, is they have to be able to get their industry hours they need in order to be licensed. So part of the reason for it, particularly a program like Surge Check, is we have to have an industry that not only, you know, is willing to support them financially, but is willing to say, I can take 5 to 6 students and guarantee their surgical hours in this amount of time.
Right.
So
that might lean to allowing them to do that across the state.
Right, I think that would be really interesting to be able to, if we can match students up with different healthcare industries across the state.
Yeah, I just know these are areas that we also need people in the rural area, you know.
Absolutely.
In our rural town stuff, there was a way they could attend online and would love some
The paramedic.
the paramedic. We have one paramedic in Townsend and he was having surgery the other day, so the sheriff had to drive the ambulance. So it would be, yeah, great if we could. So I appreciate that. And then I just love the way you explained it. And I think that that is the way it works for some of us learning. I think the expedited work, you get out of that routine, it's hard to get back in. And we lose students over those gap periods. And like for myself, math was always challenging, so I signed up for the summer math course in college because it was every day, like boom, boom, boom. Or if I went once a week, I wouldn't be able to track. So I appreciate offering a different learning style as well. Thank you.
Board member Russ.
Do you see any, I was just thinking about your example of A and P 3 times a year. Do you see any bleed over that that will actually help out your regular programs because of your offerings here?
Potentially, I'm trying to think of the best way to answer that, and I'm thinking of a totally different, at the same time. Possibly, I think, you know, like, most of our campuses are really interested in just making sure class is full to a.
Yeah.
And depending on what the cohort size and what our student needs are, I will say that these courses are not meant to be specific for these students. They'll go through as a cohort model themselves, but aren't meant to exclude other students on campus.
I just wondered if that was taken into consideration, you know, and not 8 o'clock in the morning, you know,
Sure.
but 9 o'clock, because I can see like if A and P is offered 3 times a year instead of once a year, I can see a bunch of, you know, science majors really loving you a lot.
And I think too is, you know, a lot of our campuses are getting really innovative about different off-ramp structures for students too. And I think for this, like, we know that nursing is certainly competitive, you know, should a student not get into nursing, you know, are one of these options, which are still lead to high quality careers, a way for them to go. So this is certainly not meant to solve everything. And we'll, I'm sure, make mistakes through the pilot, but I think those are some of the questions that we're trying to figure out is how can we structure things differently?
Further questions or comments from the board?
Thank you for letting me come.
Angela, thank you. Thank you for your presentation and thank you for putting this on the board agenda. Good luck and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it a lot. Yeah. That concludes our agenda for today and we will be in recess until 8:30 tomorrow morning. Unless you had